Chicago, July 21st, 1951. The world was given Robin Williams. Robin started his career in stand-up, which led him to starring in the TV show Mork and Mindy, and then to movies, eventually becoming one of the most beloved actors in the world.
You know, I tell you what I'm going to do with this stick.
What?
I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Robbins? Taking the stick back, Elmo.
He was a once-in-a-generation performer. Brilliant, manic, heartfelt, and impossible to replace. But this isn't a Robin Williams documentary. If you want that, then you should check out Robin Williams' Come Inside My Mind. I enjoyed it.
You have two hairs. This hair is sticking up.
Oh, man. How f***ed up is that? Hair sticking up? Shit. Do we have to do it all over now? This is bullshit.
If you need more, there's also Robin's Wish or the PBS Robin Williams Remembered. This is Good Morning Robin, my attempt to celebrate Robin Williams the best way I know how, by watching all of his movies in order of theatrical release, ranking them, scoring Robin's performance, and falling in love with this guy all over again. These aren't official rankings. I don't even know how that would be possible. They're just my rankings, and I want to stress that my main goal in watching all of these isn't really about ranking them, but to revisit Robin's career and enjoy the ride, the highs, the lows, and the old dogs.
Big smiles, let's look real happy. Today, Craig. Maybe not quite so happy.
First, we got to establish what is a Robin Williams movie. He's got a star in it, and it has to have a theatrical release. So no side characters, no TV movies, and sorry, no Aladdin sequels. Yes, I know he's not in the second, but he's in the third. We all know. I'm not here to help you win trivia. Also, if you have a different opinion than me, or agree with me, or are just visiting Chicago and you want a restaurant recommendation along with what Robin Williams movie to watch after you eat there, then please comment below. I'm a small channel, so I'll see it. Have we established a rapport yet? I think we have. Also, please like and subscribe. I've been stuck at 3,000 subscribers forever, and if I don't grow soon, YouTube is going to force me to commit Mr. Beast level atrocities. Thank you, and let's start our amazing journey through Good Morning Robin.
I'm your one and only X-Spring. See, we got the same bulgy arms.
No resemblance.
We got the same squinky eye.
What squinky eye?
That's gonna be hard for you to see. Oh, we got the same pipe, Pap.
You idiot! You can't inherit a pipe!
Popeye, full name Popeye the Sailor Man, arrives in the seaside town of Sweet Haven in search of his father who abandoned him as a child. While there, he falls in love with the perpetually anxious Olive Oil, Hubba Hubba. He befriends the gluttonous Wimpy and ends up caring for an abandoned baby named Sweet Pea. Popeye quickly clashes with the town bully Bluto, who wants to control Olive Oil and dominate the town. Also, it's a musical.
I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I say. You know what I mean.
And to direct, they brought in Robert Altman, the acclaimed filmmaker behind MASH and Nashville. A deeply odd choice for a family musical.
I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
He would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Production on Popeye was notorious for being difficult because they shot on an elaborate village set in Malta that still stands to this day. Massive storms and complex set construction put production behind schedule and over budget. I tell you all this because it helps explain the poor sound design, confusing direction, and overall rushed feeling of the film.
Well, better be on my way. Old reservoir.
When this first came out, critics were baffled, audiences were lukewarm, and while the movie did make its budget back, it was considered a disappointment. Over time, though, Popeye has gained a cult following, with some fans charmed by its oddball energy and handcrafted sets.
Overtime. It's fun time.
Watching it now, the biggest issue for me is the pacing. For a musical, there's no rhythm. Songs just kind of pop in and out with little cohesion, almost like they were improvised on set.
He's tall, good looking, and he's large. He's large.
And when doing some research to find out why the songs feel so weird, I found out that they filmed the songs live, and that sounds like a nightmare. That also would explain why so many of the songs kind of feel off.
And I am what I am, what I am, and I am what I am, and that's all that I am, 'cause I am what I am. You got it? I think so, yeah.
But there is actually one song that I really enjoyed. When He Needs Me started, I was floored. I only knew that song from Paul Thomas Anderson's Punch Drunk Love, and suddenly I was hearing the original.
And all at once I knew it once, I knew he
All right.
needed me. And all at once I knew it once, I knew he needed me. It's like a diamond dance, I'll take a chance, I will because he needs me. It's like a diamond dance, I'll take a chance, I will because he needs me.
It makes total sense. That off-kilter rhythm, that unsettling sweetness, that's pure PTA DNA. Williams as Popeye is genuinely charming, and the cartoon-style violence is pretty creative at times. But translating this into live action is messy. The cartoon series depends so much on visual gags that only really work in cartoons, and sometimes look a little off-putting in live action. The cinematography also kind of hides more than it reveals, with multiple things happening in frame but no clear focus, which is something that Altman is known for in his films. But Popeye lacks a firm story and direction, so his style kind of makes things worse.
Go get him, Popeye! My husband has delegated me to inform you that he's behind you.
I'd go with you, Popeye, but I have a shave and shampoo awaiting.
Give him hell, Popeye!
The last 15 minutes are the most fun, with Robin Williams battling a giant squid underwater. It's chaotic, cartoonish, and it finally delivers the energy that the rest of the film lacks. But right when it gets started, it abruptly ends. And we need to talk about the spinach. The first thing you think of when you think of Popeye is spinach, and they save that for the very last scene, and it is unsettling.
Eat this spinach.
This isn't a horrible film, though. I mean, you could really see the work that went into this. Everyone gave it their all to make it, but it's just kind of something that lacked a clear vision.
I found him in Sweet Haven. That is why he's me Sweet Pea. I am calling him Sweet Pea, and that is his name. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Sweet Pea's about the worst name I ever heard on a baby.
Well, what do you want me to call him? Baby oil?
While there are glimmers of charm, Popeye is a messy and strange experiment. It's really interesting that it's Robin Williams' big screen debut, but I don't think I'm going to be rushing back to rewatch this one. It's the first film in my ranking, so it's in first place now. We'll see how this fares against others. I'm also going to be ranking Robin Williams' performance on a scale from 1 to 5 stars. For Popeye, I don't know who could do better than this. This is Popeye. Robin Williams' 5-star performance here. I don't know what else you want from a live-action Popeye.
We'll take the house.
Garp.
Honey, Honey, the chances of another plane hitting this house are astronomical. See, it's been pre-disastered.
The World According to Garp follows the life of T.S. Garp, Robin Williams, an aspiring writer raised by a fiercely independent mother, Jenny Fields, whose unconventional choices make her a feminist icon.
I don't suppose you bothered to get married.
Married? She never even met the son of a bitch.
I didn't want to get married. I wanted a baby.
But a wedding ring, dear.
I didn't need his ring, Mother. I needed his sperm.
No. Don't you dare say sperm in this house.
As Garp grows up, marries, and starts a family, the film traces his personal and professional struggles alongside a series of tragic, absurd, and often shocking events that shape his worldview. Blending dark comedy with drama, the story explores themes of sexuality, feminism, parenthood, and the randomness of life, showing how love and fear coexist in a world that is often chaotic and unpredictable.
My name is T.S. Garp.
What's TS stand for?
Terribly sexy. I used to be terribly shy, but I changed.
This movie is based on the best-selling novel by John Irving, and I bet some of you are already turned off by the title just because it sounds like homework. If you're a Robin Williams fan and you've never seen this, I highly suggest checking it out.
I remember flying. I went flying with Daddy last week.
Are you going to go to sleep or are you going to stay up and think your weird thoughts?
I'll stay up and think weird thoughts for a while.
All right.
It's one of those movies where you could feel that it's based on a book. It doesn't really follow the typical 3-act movie structure, but instead it kind of drifts through the major life events of Garp and his family.
Am I disturbing you?
I think you like to disturb me.
Now, while the film isn't overtly depressing, it does have this certain melancholy running through it. Big emotional moments happen suddenly, almost randomly, so you never really feel at ease, and I do believe that's on purpose.
And since I miss her terribly, I want to be around as many people as possible who feel the same way as I do. I'm going to mourn her death alone for the rest of my life, but right now, I want to share it with as many people as I can.
Glenn Close does an amazing job as Garp's mother, and John Lithgow gives a fantastic performance as a transgender woman named Roberta Muldoon. And for 1982, that was incredibly bold. At a time when men dressing as women was usually a punchline, Roberta is presented as a real, complex human being with warmth, flaws, and pain, exploring those topics like feminism, gender roles, and nonconformity.
I love kids. Oh, me too. I didn't know I loved them so much until I became a woman. If I'd known I would have had some while I was still a man.
One thing I really appreciate about this movie is no character is presented as purely good or purely bad. Every character has values that they claim to live by, but because they're humans, they mess up. They contradict themselves. Nothing in this movie is handed to you as right or wrong. It just is. Parenthood is another big subject. You see how Garp is shaped by his unconventional upbringing and how that carries over into how he raises his own kids. He loves them fiercely, but love doesn't make him perfect. His mistakes, his impulses, and his inability to control life end up leading him towards destruction in ways that he doesn't fully understand. But the main theme, the one that sits under everything, is death.
The thing is, to have a life before we die, it can be a real adventure. Having a life.
It's the quiet dread running beneath the whole movie. There's this reoccurring motif about the undertow, something unseen but powerful that can pull you under when you least expect it.
Watch out for the undertow! Be careful of the undertow!
One of Garp's sons even mishears it as the undertowed, and it kind of becomes the family joke.
You hear that, Dad?
What's that?
Walt thinks there's a big toad under the water. You know, undertowed.
Danger and death are always there, just lurking below the surface, even for those like Garp's son who don't fully understand it. Flying, or the feeling of flying, also becomes symbolic throughout the story. It's tied to freedom, imagination, and of course death. There's this strange duality where flight represents both aspiration and loss, I think reaching for life that also brings you closer to the end. Honestly, I could talk about World According to Garp for hours, and this is just the first time I've seen it. It's a deeply complex film with a lot to unpack, so if there's any Garp heads out there that could add to any of my interpretations, or if any of my interpretations are wrong, please let me know in the comments. Love to talk about this film. The World According to Garp is fantastic. I highly recommend checking it out, and easily #1 on my list so far. If you consider yourself a real Robin Williams fan, and if you're watching this, you probably are, then I highly recommend checking it out. Robin Williams gives an incredible performance here. It's grounded, human, and full of emotion. And the wildest part, this is only his second starring role. Another 5-star performance by Robin.
Huh? And to you, Wes is a god, right?
No, just an ordinary man. A little ahead of his time, but just a man.
Wes is an asshole.
Blasphemy! Oh, you'll smoke a turd in hell for that.
Walter Matthau and Robin Williams in an odd couple-style comedy? That has to be fun, right? Right? You tell me. I'll tell you the whole plot. Sonny, Walter Matthau, and Donald, Robin Williams, are two regular guys who happen to be in a diner that gets held up. Sonny catches a look at the robber's face, and when they both try to fight him off, Donald gets shot in the arm. The robber, Jack, escapes. Later, because Sonny saw his face, Jack shows up at Sonny's house to kill him, only for Donald to show up and knock Jack out. They drag him to the police, but the department is so incompetent, they almost get shot trying to turn him in.
And as I passed the 7-Eleven, they started to shout nasty insults at me.
Officer, I'm not talking pee-pee caca. I'm talking attempted...
He's got a gun!
Well, I believe you got everybody's attention.
Jack ends up in jail, and both men try to move on in different ways. Donald starts buying guns, training like a prepper, and spiraling into paranoia, while Sonny just wants to forget about the whole thing. Eventually, Jack gets out of jail, and the two men's wildly different reactions drive the rest of the story. Obviously, the film is trying to make a statement about Cold War paranoia. Sonny represents peace and passivity, while Donald embodies fear, aggression, and the idea of self-defense turned into obsession.
Look at these. These are like little designer weapons, little Chinese throwing stars. You can even put them as buttons and watch how somebody messes with it.
In theory, this could have been a clever satire about how fear consumes people. In practice, it's kind of a mess.
Quite a weapon.
Just looking.
The writing is all over the place. Characters make decisions that would make horror movie characters look smart. The story takes a pretty bizarre detour about halfway through to a cult-like survivalist camp, and by then, the movie's kind of completely lost the thread. You don't care about anyone, and the farce is very wild and uneven. That said, you still got Walter Matthau and Robin Williams, so there are a lot of moments that work.
Donald, you're gonna force me to do something I didn't want to do.
What's that, old man?
Their timing is sharp, their chemistry is fun, and there are a few laugh-out-loud scenes.
Shit! God, that's sick. What kind of man gives cigarettes to trees?
But those laughs are kind of few and far between. I can kind of see why this thing has been widely forgotten. Most audiences probably reacted to this film the same way Sonny reacts to having a gun shoved in his face. Shocked, confused, and desperate for it to end. I'm gonna have to put this one at the bottom of my list for now. Popeye has heart and a much higher degree of difficulty. It is not even close to the worst film I've ever seen, but it's gonna be kind of hard to knock this one off the bottom. How was Robin's performance? Great. He pulls off an aggressive dunce really well, and he finds small moments in his performance to make you root for his character. And again, 5-star performance from Robin.
Veronica Cohn. I teach Marxism at Columbia University.
You don't look like a Marxist.
I'm not. I'm a humanist. What does a Marxist look like anyway?
usually has beard, mustache.
The women, too.
In Russia, especially women.
The film follows Vladimir Ivanov, Robin Williams, a saxophone player for the Moscow Circus. Life in the Soviet Union is bleak, but when the circus tours New York City, Vladimir suddenly defects in one of the best scenes in the movie.
I defect.
You about ready to get maced?
Oh my God, don't you get it? He's defecting.
From there, the story becomes a fish out of water tale. Now, while survivors felt like it was uncertain about the future, we could see just a year later how much things have changed. Stories about defectors, spies, and culture clashes between America and the Soviet Union were everywhere in film and media. Moscow on the Hudson is different, though, because it's not a political thriller, but a heartfelt personal story about one man's struggle to adapt to a new life in America. It taps into Cold War anxieties while also celebrating immigrant resilience, a really interesting take on things.
You don't like jazz, pal? Huh? He was comedian. He don't care about nobody, huh? Hey, you fuck yourself. Okay, pal? Okay, mister.
The first half of the film is lively and heartfelt. Vladimir's wide-eyed wonder about America is contagious, and Williams makes you feel both his excitement and vulnerability. But as the story goes on, the film kind of loses some of its spark. It leans a little too heavy into the romance subplot and doesn't quite know when to wrap up. The difference between that sharp, engaging opening and the slower, less impactful ending is noticeable. Moscow on the Hudson, it's an uneven film, but it's still really important to Robin Williams' career, and it captures a very specific moment in American culture. The film's heart's in the right place, as it wants to celebrate freedom, diversity, and resilience, and watching it today, it feels like a fascinating time capsule of the Cold War era.
That is 2 Big Macs, 1 quarter pounder with cheese, 6 pieces chicken McNuggets, 2 boxes Ronald McDonald cookies, 1 order McFries, 2 chocolate McShakes. Is that to go?
No, I eat it here.
Come back McSoon.
Not a great film, but there's a lot to enjoy, and Robin gives us a fantastic performance. Second best film so far. Scoring Robin Williams' performance is going to be real easy here. Williams studied Russian and learned to play the saxophone for this role, just showing how committed he was to stretching beyond comedy so early, and it really shows up on screen. I gotta give this 5 stars. 5-star performance.
We are going to blitz like Dick Butkus into the backfield of the future and throw a vicious forearm shiver on the demon ball carriers of the past.
I don't want to talk about Dick Butkus at the dinner table, Jack. I've told you that.
That's fine, Ellie. But this town is still headed right into the bowels of hell, and only a great victory can act as an enema for its soul.
Ew, that is gross, Dad.
The Best of Times stars Robin Williams as Jack Dundee and Kurt Russell as Reno Hightower. Years ago, in a high school football game between their small town of Taft and their rivals from Bakersfield, Jack dropped the game-winning touchdown pass, and that one mistake has haunted him, Reno, and the entire town ever since. Now, years later, Jack decides to replay the game with the same players, hoping to finally win back some pride for Taft.
All of a sudden, the photographer's Mr. Hightower, boom, 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 and the crowd going, they're calling your number now. Number 12, Reno Hightower! Give me the pose. Yes! Don't forget the teeth. The teeth! Yes! Oh, this means you'll play.
Okay, so that plot sounded really awful to me. For a sitcom plot, that could work. Like The Race from Seinfeld. It works perfectly for 22 minutes.
The track coach called my parents, pleading, telling them that it was a sin for me to waste my God-given talent. But I answered him in the same way I answered everyone. I choose not to run.
But for an hour and 45-minute movie, it's a stretch. So I wasn't exactly looking forward to this one. When it started, though, I was pleasantly surprised at how much they make you care about the rivalry. Taft is the smaller, unlucky town that always loses to Bakersfield by an embarrassing amount. Bad luck just follows them everywhere. And that gives the story a nice underdog foundation.
That was also the first year that Taft Midway Union High School played Bakersfield High in football. We lost, 56-0.
I actually enjoyed the character of Jack at first, but as the film goes on, nothing really progresses, and Jack becomes more of the true villain of this film, literally committing a false flag to get others to join his cause.
We've been violated.
I don't understand this. That's how they work. Confusion, then divide and conquer. That's how terrorism works, Charlie.
Absolutely right.
As an audience member, you know they're gonna play the game, but so much time is spent trying to convince people to go through with it. You're watching this going, just say yes so we can move on.
You're behind on your mortgage payments.
Come on, Jack.
And I was thinking if you were our quarterback, we might be able to arrange a little financing for your shop.
So by the time we finally start getting ready for the big game, there's not enough time left to develop any of the other players or give them moments to shine. That's one of the best parts of sports comedies, watching all the oddball teammates come together and become a team. But this film doesn't really take advantage of that. Instead, most of the movie focuses on Jack and Reno trying to win their wives back, which is easily the least interesting part of the story.
You know, you're looking so good tonight. I was wondering if you thought maybe it was...
God, what a kid!
Oh my God, Jack!
Who put that there?
Atlanta,
I knew it was Monday night.
Jesus,
Reno, it was
Jack.
entrapment, LA.
Entrapment, Jack. They're 0-17 between them. My God, Jack, get out!
The team's training montage is short and uninspired, and when the big game finally starts, the editing is so choppy, it's impossible to follow or care what's happening. Plays are cut off mid-action, the football logic makes no sense, and the game just feels like an afterthought. There are a few funny moments, like the Moose Elk Club scene.
Motion's on the floor. Any motion according to our chart, it needs a second. Does that have a second? Second. Furthermore, any motion from an outside party not on the agenda is defined by our bylaws requires a second before discussion. We want discussion. Second. Second. Discussion.
Without that scene, I would have put this last, but because of that, it barely edges out Survivors for me. Robin Williams does his best with the material, and he does give a heartfelt performance, even when his character is doing horrible things. Another 5-star performance from Robin here, come on.
You know, I knew another proud young black man like yourself once, and I gave him some advice, too. I told him, wear one glove. Just one glove. The rest was history.
Who was that?
Willie Mays.
Robin Williams being directed by Harold Ramis? Sign me up! Initially, the film was envisioned with Bill Murray in mind, and John Cleese was also attached at one point, with Murray as the laid-back guy and Cleese being the over-the-top foil. But casting got shifted, and Ramis later admitted that the polarity changed with Robin Williams taking the role compared to Bill Murray. This is very clear when watching this.
Hello again.
Hello. Bug spray?
Oh, no thanks. They don't bother me.
They will. Take it from me. I'm Island Jack.
Robin Williams plays Jack Moniker, a Chicago firefighter who retires after getting injured and relocates to the Caribbean island to build a resort called Club Paradise. At first, you think this is just a vacation comedy movie, but as it goes on, things get a little bit more tangled. There's a tyrannical local government, talk of revolution and uprising, and land developers trying to take over. Meanwhile, Jack's romantic escapades are woven in, and it feels tonally disjointed. At some point, it becomes a weird hybrid tropical vacation comedy meets political intrigue.
What if the crew wakes up?
They're all at the Marina Bar. Don't worry, I'll be on and off in 2 minutes.
Now you stay here and honk if there's any trouble. Wait a minute. This is helium. God damn it, I brought the wrong cake.
The humor's pretty standard hornball comedy for the 80s, but there are a few moments I need to point out. Eugene Levy and Rick Moranis wander around an island trying to pick up women, and you almost see Rick Moranis's. The film leans heavily on a set-up punchline structure.
I heard about this guy in Cicero.
Well, he stiffed a loan shark. So a couple of these guys got him, cut off his arm, beat him to death with the arm, then shoved the arm in a food processor and made a dip out of it. Then they served it to his family at his sister's wedding. And his sister loved it so much she wanted the recipe. It's a crazy world, isn't it?
Because the pacing is slow, the misses become more glaring. But there are moments that got me to laugh, like this.
I could have done the same dive myself if I didn't have this diarrhea.
Robin is a little bit more subdued than usual, forced to deal with a parade of eccentric or bizarre characters. You know, what somebody like Bill Murray is good at. Robin's comedy is more action, while Bill Murray's comedy is more reaction. So unfortunately, it doesn't really work here.
Well, I went a little crazy. I got paranoid. I thought the people were out to get me. Now I know. They are out to get me. There they are now.
The oddest turn? The film ends with war. Club Paradise was a box office flop. The budget is somewhere between 15 to 19 million, and the domestic gross was only about 12 million. Ramis said in interviews that they thought it would succeed, but believed that it had a pretty crowded market. It was the fourth Caribbean comedy that year, and I'm sure the casting polarity shift kind of hurt it. Because of the failure of Club Paradise, Harold Ramis had to wait 7 years before making another film, but this time he was able to get Bill Murray, and that's Groundhog Day.
Phil, this is the best day of my life.
Mine too.
Mine too.
Where are we going?
Oh, let's not spoil it.
Oh, let's not. Oh, I got that.
Club Paradise is just a silly, oddball 80s comedy. If you like ensemble tropical vaudeville, you might get a kick out of it. For me, it's better than the best of times. Not as good as Popeye. Robin Williams' character, Jack, is extremely unlikable sometimes, but thanks to Robin's performance, you still root for him. To me, that's a 5-star performance.
And now, direct from Crete, welcome the silky smooth sound of Airman Adrian Cronin.
Good morning, Vietnam! Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
If you can't tell by the title of this series, this is the film that made me want to do this. At this point, Robin Williams was a household name, but he wasn't a full-blown movie star yet. Good Morning Vietnam changed all that. It leans perfectly into Robin's strengths, that wild, freeform improv energy blended with genuine emotional weight.
What's the weather like out there? It's hot. Damn hot. Real hot. Hot in this is my shorts. I can cook things in it. Little crotch pot cooking. Well, can you tell me what it feels like? Fool, it's hot. I told you again. Were you born on the sun? It's damn hot. What do you think it's going to be like tonight? It's going to be hot and wet. That's nice if you're with a lady, but it ain't no good if you're in the jungle.
Adrian Cronauer, Robin Williams, is a staff sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, sent to Vietnam to run a radio show for the troops. The film opens with him full of optimism. He's enthusiastic. He's naive.
Excuse me, sir. Seeing as how the VP is such a VIP, shouldn't we keep the PC on the QT? Because if it leaks to the VC, you can end up an MIA, and then we'd all be put on KP.
He treats the assignment like a joke, like it's going to be easy, and he leans hard into his charm, humor, and showmanship. But gradually, the uglier truths of war seep in. Through snippets of teletype news and his own experiences, he discovers that this war wasn't what he was expecting. The U.S. government is suppressing bad news. The troops are suffering, civilians are enduring loss. Cronauer can't remain exempt from the reality of conflict forever, though.
I had a guy like you in the field one time. He blew himself to pieces, but not before his humor cost the lives of 3 very fine individuals. You shut your fucking hole! You're in Southeast Asia now, pal. You got your cushy little assignment. There's nothing I can do about that. In time, you will make me forget it.
One of the most symbolic arcs is the relationship between Cronauer and the Vietnamese woman Trin. He pursues her, assuming he knows better or can help, but he misunderstands her culture, and her trauma.
Not comfort for me. My brother, okay, friends. But Vietnam ladies, not friends. Please, okay, not friends.
It's a microcosm of American involvement in Vietnam, the belief that good intentions are enough, that rationality or power will fix things. The film suggests otherwise. The rejection that he faces underscores his limits. He thinks he's safe, he thinks he could charm his way through this, but the environment demands more.
Elizabeth Taylor. She's still married after 6 months. Way to go, Liz. Hey.
That arc, from carefree humor to heartbreak, from outsider to engagement, that's the film's spine. The movie is loosely based on a real person, Adrian Cronauer, and a lot of the film's segments are based on real-life stories of his radio days. Whether it's fully accurate or not, that's besides the point. This film stands on its own merits.
Can you tell us what you have found out about the enemy since you've been here?
We found out that we can't find them. They're out there, and we're having a major difficulty in finding the enemy.
Well, what do you use to look for them?
Well, we ask people, are you the enemy? And whoever says yes, we shoot them.
This movie is easily #1 on my list so far. Not just for the jokes, but for how it captures humor, disillusionment, and the human cost of war. This is absolutely one of Robin's finest performances. The perfect amount of humor and heart, 5 stars, come on.
You mean it was a bunch of guys sitting around reading poetry?
No, Mr. Overstreet, it wasn't just guys. We weren't a Greek organization. We were romantics. We didn't just read poetry. We let it drip from our tongues like honey. Spirits soared, women swooned, and gods were created, gentlemen. Not a bad way to spend an evening, eh?
At an elite all-boys prep school, inspiring English teacher John Keating, Robin Williams, encourages his students to embrace poetry, seize the day, and think for themselves, challenging the rigid expectations of their conservative school and families. Robin Williams delivers one of the movie's most powerful moments, a quote about death, reminding his students and us, the audience, that we'll all be gone someday.
Seize the day, boys. Make your lives extraordinary.
Death is a major theme in Dead Poets Society. It's not used as a downer, but as a wake-up call. You can't just sleepwalk through life, doing everything you're told. Your life is yours to live. You should do as what Robin Williams' character says, carpe diem, seize the day. This is a coming-of-age story about a group of boys whose lives are completely controlled. Their paths are chosen for them. Their parents dictate what they study and what they become, even what they dream to be.
Well, why don't you just call him and ask him, and maybe he'll say yes.
That's a laugh. If I don't ask him, at least I won't be disobeying him.
Yeah, but if he said no
Jesus,
before,
Todd, whose side are you on? I mean, I haven't even gotten a part yet. Can I even enjoy the idea for a little while?
The only place that they find freedom is a cave miles from the school grounds. A secret space where they could laugh, write, read poetry, and actually feel alive. But once they've had that taste of freedom, there's no going back. And not all of them can handle it.
Noxious, you gotta calm down.
No, Charlie. That's just my problem. I've been calm all my life. I'm gonna do something about that.
Where are you going? What are you gonna do?
I want to call her.
I connect with these characters, even though I didn't go to a fancy prep school. I was at the other school in the movie, the one with the football team. I'm basically the guy who mistakes one of the characters for Mutt's brother. That's me.
To the mighty Mutt. To the mighty Mutt. To the mighty Mutt.
Oh, excuse me, I gotta go find Patsy.
Say hello to Mutt for me, okay?
Still, I felt this movie deeply because I've been lucky to have a few incredible teachers in my life.
But poetry, beauty, romance, love, these are what we stay alive for.
You really feel for these kids, even though there's a lot of them. And the movie has to tell their stories in these quick, efficient scenes. Some of these short moments are just a masterclass in storytelling.
Is today your birthday? Happy birthday.
Thanks.
What'd you get? My parents gave me this. Isn't this the same desk? Yeah, they gave me the same thing as last year. Oh. Maybe they thought you needed another one. Maybe they weren't thinking about anything at all.
This desk set scene, for example, says everything about one boy's life without having to spell it out. His parents give him the same gift 2 years in a row, a desk set, because they don't know him well enough to care. He's just another checkbox in their well-ordered, respectable life.
Well, I wouldn't worry. You'll get another one next year.
And then there's the main student, the one who dreams about being an actor. He's played by Robert Sean Leonard. You might recognize him later from the TV show House. His story is heartbreaking, and if you've seen the movie, you know exactly what I mean. If you haven't, you should. It's the perfect autumn film, full of warmth, sadness, and the power of art and mentorship. I know a lot of people that would put this number one at the top of their list, and I could see why. But this is my list. So right now, I do think that this sits at number 3 behind World According to Garp. Robin Williams isn't in the film as much as you probably remember, and that says a lot about how impactful his performance is in this, so that's 5-star acting right there.
Joey O'Brien, Trojan Auto.
What is this?
My business card.
You're not trying to sell me a car, are you? At my husband's funeral? Before he's even in the ground? Are you?
Yes.
Joey O'Brien, Robin Williams, is a car salesman who has to sell 12 cars in one day to keep his job. Okay, not the most exciting premise, but there is potential for some comedy here. We learn that Joey's a womanizer with a mountain of debt and no self-awareness.
You know what your problem is, Joey? You're a pig. And you're a chauvinist, and you have no respect for women.
Well, I guess dinner and a blowjob's out of a question then.
I guess.
Yeah, we'll forget dinner.
Still, maybe he'll turn it around, sell all the cars, learn a lesson, grow as a person. Oh, never mind, this suddenly becomes a hostage movie. Larry, Tim Robbins, storms into the dealership with a gun because he thinks everyone is sleeping with his wife. Joey now has to use his salesman skills to talk Larry down and save everyone.
He says, stay back! We're gonna blow this place and half the block to hell!
Yeah? With what?
M2 plastique!
M2 plastique? You tell him we don't believe him.
Oh, Chuck.
Where the hell did he get that?
Jersey!
Okay, what does he want?
Meanwhile, all of Joey's girlfriends show up, which makes for some awkward timing.
You're screwing her too, and my wife and his wife? How the hell you got time to make a living?
Joey, what's he talking to you, Joey? This true?
Oh, come on, Lisa.
Lisa? I knew you was doing a Lisa, Joey.
By the end, Joey somehow ends up back with his ex-wife, played by Pamela Reed from Best of Times, or from where you probably know her, Kindergarten Cop. I didn't care for this film. It's not serious enough for you to care about the characters, and it's not funny enough for it to really justify its existence. I don't really have a lot to say about it. I would put this below Club Paradise. If you grew up with this on VHS, then you probably have a fondness for it, but for me, kind of a snooze fest. Robin Williams, again, plays an unlikable character that you end up rooting for because of his performance, so 5 stars, and he's easily the best performance in the whole film.
Wyatt.
It's late. Everyone's asleep.
I'm not asleep.
No. You're awake.
A Robin Williams and Robert De Niro movie about the catatonic patients who survived the encephalitis epidemic between 1919 and 1930, now living in a frozen, motionless state. It's based on the true story of the brilliant and deeply compassionate neurologist Oliver Sacks.
It was an immense project. I was to extract 1 decagram of myelin from 4 tons of earthworms.
Really?
Yes. I was on that project for 5 years. I was the only one who believed in it. Everyone else said it couldn't be done. It can't. I know that now. I proved it.
Across all of Robin's films up to this point, all his characters have a certain Robin Williamness to them. The wit, the charm, the quick-fire humor. Even in the dramatic roles, you usually catch a glimpse of the stand-up comic underneath. It's not a bad thing. It's often what makes the movies work. Watching Dead Poets Society, you're reminded every so often that this guy used to headline comedy clubs.
Now, many of you have seen Shakespeare done very much like this. Oh, Titus, bring your friend hither.
But not in Awakenings. Here, Robin Williams disappears into his role. The wisecracks, the mannerisms, they aren't Robin. They're the Doctor. It's a beautifully restrained human performance. And then there's Robert De Niro. He delivers one of the most heartbreaking performances ever. I cried in the scene where he just opens his arms to hug his mom.
Mom.
Oh, my baby.
It's a touching and deeply human film about the fragility and beauty of life. Much like Dead Poets Society, it reminds us to seize the day, to stay curious, to notice the world, to cherish every small miracle.
You told him I was a kind man. How kind is it to give life, only to take it away again?
It's given and taken away from all of us.
Why doesn't that comfort me?
Because you are a kind man.
Sure, there's a few movie moments, like the undercooked love story. Knowing that Oliver Sacks later came out as gay makes you kind of wish the film had gone deeper into his true story, but it's 1990. I guess mainstream audiences weren't ready for that. I don't know. Thankfully, it's such a small subplot, it doesn't take away from the rest of the film. I'm gonna put this just below The World According to Garp at number 3 on my list. I could also see how this would be somebody's favorite. It's so good. I mean, we still got so many more movies to go, but it's already clear just by these that Robin Williams is already one of the greats. These top 4 films are rock solid, and I could recommend them to anyone. Robin gives us his best, least Robin-style performance, disappearing into his character. Gotta give him 5 stars.
Probably boosts the sales of my biography, though. The public has a fascination with celebrity murders that involve nakedness, bastards.
Jack, I may be going out on a limb here, but you don't seem like a happy camper. Did you ever hear the story of the Fisher King?
No.
The Fisher King centers around 2 broken men, played by Jeff Bridges and Robin Williams, whose lives are connected by a single tragedy. Bridges plays Jack Lucas, an arrogant, over-the-top radio DJ who goes too far one day when he mocks and provokes a disturbed caller on air.
They're not human. They don't feel love. They only negotiate love moments. They're evil, Edwin. They're repulsed by imperfection, horrified by the banal, everything that America stands for, everything that you and I fight for. They must be stopped before it's too late.
That caller later commits a mass shooting, murdering several people, including the wife of Perry, played by Robin Williams. This film follows how both men collapse under the weight of this tragedy, and how they try to rebuild their lives after. It's a story about trauma, grief, redemption, and the slow, uneven process of healing.
Did you lose your mind all of a sudden, or was it a slow, gradual process?
Well, I'm a singer by trade.
If you've never seen a Terry Gilliam film, you're in for something special here. I love Gilliam's visual style. It sits on the edge of realistic but fantastical. Movies he makes like Brazil build such amazing worlds quickly. With The Fisher King, things are a little bit different. It feels more grounded and human than something like Brazil. There are even subtle nods to Brazil and other Terry Gilliam films throughout, as if to say, this story doesn't take place in that dystopian world, but in a slightly heightened version of our own.
You know, boys, there's 3 things in this world that you need. Respect for all kinds of life, a nice bowel movement on a regular basis, and a navy blazer.
Oh, one more thing. Never take your eye off the ball.
The performances across the board, incredible. Jeff Bridges delivers a deeply layered portrayal of guilt and selfishness transforming into empathy. Robin Williams gives us his best performance yet as Perry. You see, Perry is himself, but his mind has forced him to play a character as a way of dealing with such horrible trauma.
It's God's symbol of divine grace.
The Holy... Some billionaire has got the Holy Grail in his library on Fifth Avenue.
My thoughts exactly. Who think you find anything divine on the Upper East Side?
Something that a lot of people suffering from PTSD do. You build a wall or you kind of create your own world. He's unaware of this role that he's playing and doesn't fully understand what's going on in the real world around him. I mean, this film has a lot of themes, but the core is Perry and Jack leaving the world their mind has created to save themselves. As someone who suffered from PTSD for a really long time, I have to say that this is the most accurate portrayal I've ever seen in film. The Fisher King is able to capture that feeling of those unwanted memories creeping up and hitting you when you least expect it. And it's not just the obvious triggers that most people think of that bring them on. Sometimes it's the good moments that your brain decides, yeah, you know what? It's okay to let this trauma resurface right now. Those moments are often the hardest to understand because you feel blindsided by your own mind. Because of this, it makes feeling happy a scary thing, and your mind will sometimes sabotage you from having those happy moments because it too is scared about what might surface.
No! No! Please, let me have this.
This film presents this aspect of PTSD with honesty, empathy, and truth. If you know somebody who's struggling with PTSD, then I highly recommend showing them this movie. And if you, watching, are suffering from PTSD, please know that healing is possible. You're not crazy. Your mind is just trying to protect itself, and things can get better. The thing that helped me most was therapy, but if you're not sure yet and you're just looking for something to maybe read, the two books that helped me are The Body Keeps Score, if you're more of an analytical person, and Walking the Tiger, if you're looking for practical exercises and grounding techniques. Both these books were recommended to me by my therapist. PTSD is not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign that you've been through something really difficult and survived. That's strength, and it's nothing to be ashamed of, even though I understand why it does feel that way sometimes.
I really miss her, Jack. Is that okay? Can I miss her now?
I won't go too deep into the plot breakdowns or symbolism here. There's plenty of fantastic video essays that do that already. I just want to say The Fisher King is an extraordinary film. It's funny, sad, surreal, and hopeful all at once. It's a masterpiece about the human condition and the redemptive power of compassion. If you couldn't already tell, this is my favorite Robin Williams movie so far. If you haven't seen The Fisher King, I highly recommend it. And if you end up liking it, then check out Brazil if you haven't seen that. This film is going to be really hard to knock out of the top spot for me personally. We also get Robin Williams' best performance, so it's easily 5 stars for me. It's a crime that he didn't win an Oscar for this. He was nominated, but he lost to Anthony Hopkins in Silence of the Lambs.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Eat this spinach.
I've just had an apostrophe.
I think you mean an epiphany.
Lightning has just struck my brain.
Well, that must hurt.
In Hook, a grown-up Peter Pan, Robin Williams, has forgotten his magical past and becomes a work-obsessed lawyer until Captain Hook kidnaps his children and forces him to return to Neverland. With the help of Tinkerbell and the Lost Boys, Peter must rediscover his childhood imagination and sense of wonder to save his kids and reclaim who he really is.
Put up your swords, boys. It's hook or me this time.
Better die, Peter.
To die would be a great adventure.
Death is the only adventure you have left.
There are scenes in this movie that have stuck with me for decades.
Oh, there you are, Peter.
And then there are other parts that I completely forgot about.
Why are you crying? What's your name?
Must have blocked those out. That kind of sums up a lot of my feelings about Hook. It's uneven. If you have extreme nostalgia for this movie and haven't watched it in a while, check it out.
What did I just see? What did I just see?
One of the best parts about this movie is the production design. Just look at these sets. Every corner of Neverland feels handcrafted and detailed, alive. It's whimsical but grounded, fantastical yet tactile.
What is this, some sort of Lord of the Flies preschool? Where are your parents? Who's in charge here?
No, Mr. Skunkhead with too much moose.
Sure, there's some very 90s touches like the skateboard ramps and the random basketball court, but it still feels cohesive. It looks like the kind of world that a kid might dream up, while the pirate side of things perfectly reflects Hook's theatrical ego. It's gorgeous work.
I remember you being a lot bigger. To a 10-year-old, I'm huge.
Robin Williams is my Peter Pan, Dustin Hoffman is my Hook, Bob Hoskins is my Smee, and Julia Roberts is in this. I do understand that she was going through a rough time during production, but setting that aside, she still feels miscast here. She's just too human with zero fairy energy.
Are you in there, little bug?
I'm not a bug, I'm a fairy.
The whole film kind of feels a bit unfinished, though. The transitions are a bit abrupt and confusing. For example, Peter walks the plank, he falls into the ocean, makes it out with the help from 3 mermaids, and then suddenly he just gets lifted out of the water into a giant clamshell on vines. Who's pulling that? How did we get here? I don't really get it. It's also a little too long. There are so many moments that could have been trimmed to help the pacing. But even saying all that, Hook is not a bad film, not even close. I still really love it. I was just surprised by how many parts I didn't enjoy.
And I'm here on my own.
Turn it off.
Isn't that all one?
Turn it off.
When you're alone,
Turn it off!
you're not alone.
I know many people grew up with this thing on VHS, and nostalgia is a powerful thing. So I completely understand if this is someone's favorite Robin Williams movie. It might be their first Robin Williams movie. Can't argue with that. But again, if you haven't watched this in a while, give it another shot. The sets are breathtaking. The performances are heartfelt, and Steven Spielberg knows exactly how to stage a sweeping, emotional epic. It's flawed, but it's still magical. Another film where I could see how this is somebody's favorite. This one is so hard to rank because I do love it. But it's just not as good as something like Dead Poet Society, so I'm going to put it right below there. I mean, I already said Robin Williams is my favorite Peter Pan, so that's a 5-star performance. The 5-star streak continues.
Now, Krista, don't you think you're a little old to believe in human tales?
Human tails? Humans don't have tails. They have big, big bottoms that they wear with bad shorts. They walk around going, "Hi, Helen!"
There were so many times watching this thing that memories would come flooding back to me during scenes, but I completely forgot everything that happened. And watching it as an adult, I could see why. Krista is a magical fairy who lives in the rainforest with her friends and her sort of boyfriend, a red-headed fairy. One day, she spots a human, Blondie McSpraypaint here, and she drops her boyfriend like a bag of bricks.
Where you been? I've been looking all over for you.
Pips, you won't believe what I found.
Isn't he amazing?
Shouldn't we be charging admission for this?
In trying to save Blondie, she accidentally shrinks him down to fairy size. At first, Blondie is a total jerk. Actually, he's always kind of a jerk.
What are you doing?
Carving your name. Can't say I've actually talked with a forest before.
I do all the time.
What does it say? I'm not buzzing anywhere. No, unshrink me, and I mean now!
But after battling the film's villain, a smoke monster made of what looks like sentient oil and poop, he realizes that, hey, maybe we shouldn't destroy the rainforest.
There's a part of me that really wants to stay.
There's a part of you that will always stay.
I stepped in. Shit.
There's a part of you that will always stay.
The fairies then immediately bring back to life the forest, making you wonder why it was ever such a big deal if they could just do this and fix it immediately. I don't know. The movie ends.
Maggie, don't leave me.
I love you. I'll always be with you.
I'll always be with you.
I'll always be with you. I'll always be with you.
I'll always be with you.
I'll always be with you.
And I'll always be with you.
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 Because I'll always be with you.
There's a part of you that will always stay.
You might have noticed that I haven't mentioned Batty, who is played by Robin Williams and is completely plastered all over the marketing for this thing. That's because, despite having the best backstory in the movie, he doesn't really affect the plot of the film. He just occasionally picks up Blondie, crashes into things, delivers some silly voices. Batty is just pure comic relief, and at this point, it's just all boilerplate Robin Williams stuff. That said, Robin does do a good job with what little he's given, and it's easy to just see this as a warm-up act for the genie in Aladdin later that same year.
Nobody cares about me.
I do, Batman.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Only fools are positive.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I fell for it. I should have known.
There is a spark there, but it's trapped in a movie that doesn't know what to do with it. The music, of its time, I guess is the nicest thing I could say.
Your spirits might be sinking with hope and short supply. It's a magic thing. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, the name is Batty. The logic is erratic.
Ferngully's redeeming qualities are mostly its nostalgia factor, that and it's really short. The animation is sometimes beautiful, but the early attempts at CGI haven't really aged well. Even for a kid's film in the early 90s, this thing's as deep as a puddle. I'm gonna put this one above Club Paradise, but below Popeye. If you grew up with this, you have nostalgia for it, you're probably mad at me, but I'm sorry, it's just not a good film. Grading Robin's performance, that's gonna be difficult here. He does everything he can with this role, a bat that mostly crashes into things, so I don't know. For me, still a 5-star performance. I don't know what else you want. Great warm-up act.
Looks like we're gonna have to find a way out of here.
Excuse me? Are you looking at me? Did you rub my lamp? Did you wake me up? Did you bring me here? And all of a sudden you're walking out on me? I don't think so. Not right now. You're getting your wishes, so sit down!
A street-smart young man, Aladdin, discovers a magical lamp and teams up with the genie, Robin Williams, to win the heart of Princess Jasmine and defeat the evil sorcerer Jafar.
Kazim was obviously less than worthy.
Oh, there's a big surprise. That's an incredible. I think I'm gonna have a heart attack and die from that surprise.
I love this movie. I love how it looks. I love how it moves from scene to scene. I just love how every moment feels alive. I love our cast of heroes and how everyone gets their own sidekick. Aladdin has Abu, Jasmine has Raja, and Genie has the magic carpet.
Yo, Rockman, haven't seen you in a few millennia. Give me some tassel. Yeah, yo.
Everyone gets their time to shine, which is really impressive when you got Robin Williams stealing every scene.
Crick 'em, rack 'em, rock 'em, rake, stick that sword into that snake.
You stay out of this.
Jafar, he's our man if he can't do it. Great!
The villains are also perfectly paired. You get Jafar's dark, intimidating presence balanced by that hilariously mean-spirited Iago.
I love the way your foul little mind works.
It's such a beautiful film, full of rich blues and oranges. The early CGI actually blends seamlessly with the hand-drawn animation here. The plot itself is simple, but the movie does such a great job of setting up the rules of this magical universe, which is very difficult to do, especially when you're dealing with genies and wishes.
I can't bring people back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture. I don't like doing it.
Other than that, you got it.
It does include my least favorite trope, the liar's reveal moment with Prince Ali, but it never overstays its welcome. It works because we understand why Aladdin lies. He's literally faking it until he makes it. Robin Williams, perfect as the genie. The filmmakers knew exactly how to balance his wild improvisation with the genuine heart that he could bring. The music, phenomenal. Every song's a classic. I could listen to this soundtrack all day. I've been listening to it for decades. A royalty-free whole new world. I can't dare play this song. Disney's lawyers will take me down. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one because you've already seen it. There's a reason why this thing is considered an animated classic. I wouldn't change a single scene.
But oh, to be free. Not to have to go, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
It's funny because I loved The Fisher King too, but these movies couldn't be more different. They have completely separate audiences, yet both achieve their goals perfectly. Honestly, it's a 1A, 1B situation for me here. I could swap them depending on my mood, but you know what? For now, Aladdin sits at number 1. Obviously, gonna give Robin 5 stars for his performance here. He was born to play the genie.
I think this is some of your best work.
Oh, thanks.
I think Daddy would be very proud of you.
Thanks, Al.
Hugo. This is a little uncomfortable, though.
Well, that's supposed to go in your ear.
Toys follows Leslie Zevo, Robin Williams, the whimsical son of a beloved toy maker. When his father dies, instead of leaving the company to Leslie, he passes control to his brother, General Leland Zevo, a strict military man who knows nothing about toys but everything about war. The general quickly transforms the toy factory into a weapons lab, basically inventing drone warfare piloted by children, forcing Leslie and his sister to fight back and reclaim their father's legacy.
Oh, I see. Just like Daddy always said, treat your friends like your friends and your enemy like your enemy.
Yeah, use your noodle.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
This film is beautiful. I love its style. I just love looking at it. The film starts off very minimalistic with very little dialogue and kind of a muted tone to it.
Is that all you're having? White bread's the worst thing you can eat.
No, Justin, it's very soft and pliable. It slides down the system without disturbing anything.
It has this surreal calmness that I wish kind of stayed throughout the whole thing. Because once the dialogue kicks in, something starts to feel off.
Are you taking my duplication investigation seriously? Or are you disrespecting my duplication investigation?
No, I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying that there's no real way I can check, because I leave at a certain time. I'm not
duplicating.
That said, I did enjoy it. It's not packed with jokes, but the visual gags are incredibly creative. Some of the lines hit perfectly too.
Yes, can we cater to Asian people, please? That would make me very happy. I mean, this vomit is very Anglo, very ethnocentric. This is obviously the vomit of the white man.
It builds its own unique world, bright, weird, full of whimsy, but underneath that, it's surprisingly dark. It's more of an adult story for kids, which is probably why a lot of people remember liking it as a kid, but can't exactly remember why.
You remind me a lot of my brother.
It's impossible. We're exact opposite.
That's what I mean. He's all silly and soft on the outside, and on the inside, he's really strong, and you're just the opposite.
Visually, Toys can be stunning. The production design is right up there with Aladdin in terms of color and imagination. But then every so often you get that low frame rate, blurry nonsense that so many early 90s movies used, and it kind of breaks the spell. The storytelling also doesn't really hold together either. Look, I love Robin Williams' improv as much as anybody, but in a film like this, it doesn't really help things.
And even you, Alien Al, pay a little attention because you were never a big seller. But we stood by you. So now's the time not to ask what Zevo can do for you, but what you can do for Zevo.
The movie's already bursting with ideas. It doesn't need any more. There are whole stretches where Robin is giving motivational speeches to toys, and it doesn't fit.
Because we determined today in this warehouse the future of toys as we know it.
You need one of these moments, not 5. Then suddenly the movie shifts into an action film about military toys and the tone completely changes. Still, there are flashes of brilliance. Some jokes work beautifully, like the scene where the toy grieves at the death of another toy. Man, I can't believe I'm going to be rating this as low as I am because I kind of always remembered liking toys. But after watching all his other films, I just don't think it holds up as well. It didn't deserve to be a box office bomb, and I think critics were harsher than they needed to be, but it's not one of Robin's greats. In his performance, though, Robin does a fantastic job of playing a subdued, naive genius, and I couldn't see anybody else in this role. Another 5-star performance.
Are you calling in response to the ad? Tell me, who was your previous employer?
I was in a band, severe tire damage.
In a band?
I just want to know one thing. Are your kids well behaved? Or do they need like a few light slams every now and then?
I'll have to get back to you.
Wow.
After a messy divorce leaves him separated from his children, struggling actor Daniel Hillard disguises himself as a Scottish nanny named Mrs. Doubtfire in order to secretly spend time with them. As the ruse grows more complicated, Daniel is forced to confront his own immaturity and learn what it truly means to be a responsible parent and partner.
Oh, hi, guys. I know. Are they ready?
No, I haven't had their dessert yet.
You cooked?
Yes. I cook, I bake, I sew. Thanks to this Amish home study course, I'm doing quite well.
Now, on paper, Mrs. Doubtfire should not work. It's a total sitcom plot. A guy dresses up, pretends to be someone else, gets found out, and then everyone just kind of forgives him in the end. And yeah, half the jokes are the same ones that you've seen in every man dressed as a woman comedy. Oh no, another guy falls for him. Awkward. But in the hands of Chris Columbus and this all-star cast, it works.
Oh, sir! I saw it! Some angry member of the kitchen staff. Did you not tip them? Oh, the terrorists, they ran that way. It was a run by fruiting.
Robin Williams' character is deeply flawed, but you could tell he's a good person who truly loves his kids. And Sally Field, she's career-focused, maybe a little uptight, but she also loves her kids and just wants what's best for them. The movie does such a great job of setting up this idea that these are two good people who just shouldn't be together anymore. They've grown apart, and it's really painful, especially with 3 kids involved.
We have nothing in common.
Oh, sure we do. We love each other. Come on, man. We love each other.
Those emotional scenes between Robin Williams and Sally Field, it's like watching 2 heavyweights go toe-to-toe. There's just the right amount of Robin's improv and energy, all in the perfect spots. And yeah, it's got plenty of tropes. The ex-husband hating the new, better-looking boyfriend. But when that boyfriend is Pierce Brosnan and the ex is Robin Williams, you're getting the best version of that trope.
Look, Natty, that's called liposuction.
And honestly, when I think of the double-booked dinner at the same restaurant cliche, this is the movie that comes to mind. And Mrs. Doubtfire herself, she feels like a completely separate person. Even after watching this a million times, I still forget that it's Robin under all that makeup.
Hello! Ah! Oh, I'm sorry to frighten you, dear. I must look like a yeti in this get-up.
Some of his characters just feel fully lived in, and Mrs. Doubtfire is one of them. If Robin were still around, I could totally picture some studio exec trying to greenlight a sequel, and honestly, it might have still worked.
Oh my
God! The whole time you were... The whole time!
I mean, I can go on forever, but if you're watching this video, then you've probably seen Mrs. Doubtfire. And if you're a Robin Williams fan and you haven't, what are you doing with your life? Now, I know, like Hook, there's going to be a lot of people mad that this isn't my #1 because it is a classic film. But, man, Robin has such heavy hitters on his resume. I gotta put this below Awakenings and above Dead Poets Society. Mrs. Doubtfire is one of those quintessential Robin Williams movies. It's heartfelt, funny, a little messy, totally unforgettable, and it's all due to his performance, which I'm giving, you guessed it, 5 stars.
Do you think we go anywhere else when we die? I don't know. They say so. I hope not. I just want it to stop. Just stop. If I die a slave, will I be a slave forever? I would think so. Wouldn't you?
So, Being Human. If you haven't heard of this one, I don't blame you. It's kind of vanished from existence. There's no Blu-ray release, and it barely had a DVD run because this thing bombed hard. With a $40 million budget, it only made $5 million back. Which is a shame, because there is something interesting here.
Sorry, Hector. But I would be honored if you would die with me.
The story follows one man's soul, played by Robin Williams, across 5 different eras of human history. He's a caveman trying to protect his family, a Roman slave watching his master fall apart, a medieval Scotsman tempted by love, a stranded Portuguese nobleman in Africa, and finally, a modern-day guy in New York trying to reconnect with his kids. It's basically about one spirit living through time, making mistakes, learning, and running into the same souls over and over again. My wife and I watched this together, and it took us less than 10 minutes to realize that this narration wasn't a part of the original film. You could just feel it.
So, what's in the story? A man on a beach all washed up.
A shipwreck.
A heartbreak.
Freedom?
Betrayal. Regrets. Old shoes. A crust of bread. A bunch of roses.
Could be my story.
Anybody's story.
It's like you're watching a thoughtful, emotional story, and then someone that speaks in vague platitudes comes in and tries to help you understand it.
But, in the end, isn't every story all the one story?
The narration just feels like it was written by someone who just discovered philosophy and thinks that they're the Dalai Lama or something. I don't know. It's insultingly stupid.
But a man, this man, could not be happy with such happiness. He walked on his own 2 feet, forever out of this woman's story.
And it turns out we were right. The studio didn't like the director's original cut, so they made him chop off 40 minutes of it and add this dumb narration. And it's real easy to tell. It's one of those films that you could feel the missing pieces. Even with all that, I actually kind of liked this one. It's an ambitious, crafted story, and Robin Williams is giving one of his quietest, most genuine performances. He does a great job of playing different characters with the same soul.
You have any eggs left?
The slaves only got 3.
And all yours were fine?
Yes.
I'm unlucky, Andre. I'm unlucky with women. I'm unlucky with eggs.
It's not flashy. It's not manic Robin. It's just human. Being human. Oh, I get it. Why didn't the narration just tell me?
Sometimes one day changes everything. Sometimes years change nothing.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
The movie definitely has its issues. It never really delivers on its biggest ideas, but maybe that's kind of the point. It's about being human, after all. It's messy and thoughtful and unsure of itself, which, yeah, it feels pretty human. Besides the narration, it doesn't spoon-feed you meaning, and that's kind of part of its charm. Honestly, the 2 hours flew by for me. I got attached to each of these characters, and I loved spotting the same souls popping up in different timelines. I usually roll my eyes when a director says, "Oh, my 3.5-hour epic would have been great, but then the studio meddled with it." But here, I get it. I understand. I could believe that the final original cut of this is way better.
Everything's gonna be okay.
What do you mean going to be? This is it.
What?
I told you, Dad. This is as good as it gets. This might be the best moment of your life. How much better do you want it?
Not much.
Enjoy it.
Thanks for the tip. I will.
Being human, it's not for everybody. I get why it flopped, but I also get why some people adore it. For me, it's one of those films that you give 3 stars and a heart on Letterboxd. So that means it puts it just below Moscow on the Hudson in my rankings. And watching all these in order made me realize that when a lot of people think of Robin Williams, they think of comedy. They think of his improv, they think of his manic energy, they think of all his crazy characters. And while that's true for a lot of his movies, it's not true for most of them. Robin Williams is an actor first and foremost. The guy went to Juilliard. He's an artist, and he likes to take risks. Most actors would just stick with what makes them the most money and whatever's easiest for them. But not Robin. He took real risks and isn't afraid to try something new. So again, 5-star Robin Williams performance.
26 years ago, you played a game with a little boy down the street. A game with drums.
How do you know that?
I was that little boy, Sarah.
When Alan Parrish finds a mysterious board game called Jumanji back in 1969, he accidentally unleashes a magical curse that traps him inside the game for decades. Flash forward 26 years, 2 kids, Julie and Peter Shepard, find the game, roll the dice, and suddenly, adult Alan, played by Robin Williams, is back and very, very traumatized.
Where's my mom and dad?
We don't know. This house has been empty for years. Everyone thought you were dead.
Together, they have to finish the game and undo all the chaos. Wild animals, natural disasters, a hunter straight out of Ace Ventura 2, all while learning that facing your fears is the only way to move forward.
If you're afraid of something, you've got to stand and face it. Now run on, son.
Aren't you afraid? I'm terrified. But my father told me you should always face what you're afraid of.
Now, something that surprised me is that a lot of people don't realize that Jumanji is based on a book. Yeah, it's a children's book. One of the few books that I've actually read. The movie does a great job of expanding on this premise and adding a lot of heart. All right, now let's talk about the literal elephant in the room, the special effects. They have not aged well. Even for 1995, those monkeys. Woof. That said, this is a great kids movie. It's dark and dangerous, and it doesn't treat kids like idiots. There's real emotional weight here. There's fear, courage, growing up, all wrapped up in this wild adventure. It's the kind of movie that sticks with you.
No. It wasn't real, Alan. Your father murdered you and he chopped you up into little pieces.
Sarah, come on. My dad did that. My father could barely hug me, let alone cut me into little pieces.
But can we just talk about the town for a second? What small New England town has this much crime? There are people warming their hands over barrel fires in the middle of downtown. Kids are wandering into abandoned factories like they're playgrounds. So when lions start busting out of board games, yeah, you just kind of roll with it. You know, it's not a perfect film. Even as a kid, it bugged me that they'd roll the dice once, freak out, and then just stop playing. I was always like, no, roll again, finish the game. What are you doing? Stop walking home halfway through. But thankfully, by the time they get to the end, they speed it up like they should have from the start. After multiple rewatches, I still enjoy the ride. It's exciting and heartfelt and treats children like actual people. There's a reason why so many people who grew up with this film still remember it.
Oh, thank you, Judy. Thank you. That was very quick thinking. Sarah and I would like to get out of the floor. So it's your turn, Peter.
But if I'm ranking it against the rest of the Robin Williams filmography, it doesn't quite reach the heights of Aladdin or Mrs. Doubtfire. I'm trying my best to put nostalgia to the side and rank these things fairly. This is going to make a lot of people mad, but this is my list. Deal with it. If you want it, make your own list. Watch all these films if you want. But I'm going to put this below Being Human. Please feel free to write your 20-page rebuttal below. All the performances are great in this, and Robin Williams is able to pull off this character that is strong-looking on the outside, but depressed and scared on the inside, all while running from lions. 5-star performance here.
Well, I don't have a palimony agreement on me right now. Is tomorrow all right?
Don't use that tone to me.
What tone?
That sarcastic, contemptuous tone that means you know everything because you're a man, and I know nothing because I'm a woman.
You're not a woman.
Oh, you bastard.
When their son announces his engagement to the daughter of an ultra-conservative senator, Miami nightclub owner Armand Goldman, Robin Williams, and his flamboyant partner Albert, Nathan Lane, attempt to hide their lifestyle by posing as a straight, traditional family. The increasingly absurd charade spirals out of control, forcing everyone involved to confront hypocrisy, identity, and the meaning of family.
Listen, I don't want you to go.
My poor devoted Agador. I'm leaving you, my stereo.
No.
My red boots.
I don't want.
And my wigs.
Which way?
My best wigs.
Oh my God, what a fantastic film. The Birdcage is one of those movies that gets better every time you watch it. Because eventually you just stop caring about the plot and you just focus on how amazing all these characters are. Everyone in this cast is operating at their absolute peak. One of my favorite things about Robin Williams is how he can actually become the character. And here he's so grounded, so controlled, so Armand. Except for those few moments where that classic Robin slips out.
You do an eclectic celebration of the dance. You do Fosse, Fosse, Fosse. You do Martha Graham, Martha Graham, Martha Graham. Or Twyla, Twyla, Twyla. Or Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd. Or Madonna, Madonna, Madonna.
But the real magic happens when you pair him with Nathan Lane. You're watching some of the best of all time reacting to each other's performances.
Whatever I am, he made me. I was adorable once, young and full of hope. And now, look at me. I'm this short, fat, insecure, middle-aged thing.
I made you short?
It's beautiful. I honestly don't have a ton to critique here. The movie isn't perfect. A little logic does go out the window. And yes, it does have that liar's reveal that I hate so much. But between the iconic performances, the gorgeous sets, and the moments that will just make you full-on cackle, this film just works.
The hell are you serving us? Sweet and sour peasant soup? What'd you say is seafood chowder for? The hell is sweet and sour peasant soup? I don't know. I made it up. Oh, God, this is a nightmare.
Here's another film I know some people would have at the top of their lists. And again, I could see why. I could see why in a lot of these. And that's what makes these rankings so hard, but also not that important. Don't try to focus too much on them. For me, it's above Hook, but below Dead Poets. Sorry, Birdcage purists, you could hear it in my voice how much I love this film. But it's up against giants like Mrs. Doubtfire and Dead Poet Society. What isn't hard is ranking Robin Williams' performance. He gives us a complex, grounded character, but it's still hilarious. 5 stars once again.
How old are you?
I'm 10. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So?
You have no hair.
I have hair. I got hair. See? Look.
Yeah, but look. Right here, you have no hair. It looks like you're bald.
I'm not bald and I'm not a freak. You're a freak, 4 eyes.
He's 10. A whole 2 years older than us. See?
Here you got a new Robin Williams movie for me. Yeah, so there's this 10-year-old boy, but he's got a disease that makes him look like a 40-year-old man. Ha! Sounds like a real recipe for comedy. What happens? Well, he finally gets to go to school for the first time. Aww. Then he develops a crush on one of his classmates. Ew. Okay, if we can't do that, then he falls for his teacher, Jennifer Lopez. Why are you making these choices? He's 10. He's a scamp. A scamp that gets drunk at a bar, gropes his best friend's mom, gets in a bar fight, goes to jail, gets bailed out by his friend's mom, who again tries to make a move on him. Who's gonna direct this? Francis Ford Coppola. Okay, let's make it. Jack is a 10-year-old boy who, due to a rare aging disorder, has the body of a 40-year-old man. After being homeschooled for most of his life, Jack is sent to public school where he struggles to fit in while trying to experience childhood milestones like friendship, first crushes, and acceptance, as he navigates the world that treats him as an adult but expects him to be a child. Oh my God, what an uncomfortable film.
I can't go with the girls my age because I look so much older than them. You look just like me.
Jack, you are still a very young man. Up here.
It's kind of exactly what you would think of if I told you that the director of Godfather made a family comedy. This movie, it just needs to be more whimsical for it to work, but it's trying to be real for some reason. Coppola was completely the wrong choice for this thing, and it's clearly affecting all the performances.
Jack, how would you like to see your classroom? Yes? Yes? A little louder. Yes? A little louder, Jack.
Look, I love this kid from Little Giants, but I find him intolerable here.
Probably recognized us from the street. He's probably planning on kicking our butts or something.
It's weird because we now know that Coppola can actually direct a hilarious comedy. Other films I've watched in this series have some sort of redeeming quality to them. Jack just made me feel icky.
I want to be a gynecologist.
If that's so, then I want good reasons why.
You are the reason why, Miss Marquez.
Not a fan, and I haven't even mentioned how Bill Cosby is in this.
I love you, man.
So, I'm sorry, but Jack, it's last on my list. I don't expect it to stay there till the end, but for now, it's clearly the worst. If you liked this film, it has to be because you watched it as a kid. You have to have some nostalgia. There's no way. To that, I say, I'm sorry you like this.
I don't know what happened to Mr. McGee. Mr. Powell?
He got diarrhea.
Diarrhea?
Yeah, he got diarrhea. And he spewed.
Oh boy, that's more than I needed to know.
Okay, but what about Robin Williams' performance, right? It's really hard to play a 10-year-old. Even the child actors in this film can't do it. But this was the first time that I did not enjoy a Robin Williams performance. It doesn't help that he's trying to act like a child while all the children in this movie are trying to act like adults. Oh man, this one hurts. This hurts. I can't give this performance 5 stars. Oh man. It's 3 stars for me. I'm sorry. Let's never speak of it.
A very sad play, a tragic play. You're a tragic hero. You're Lou Gehrig.
Who's that?
Lou Gehrig. Lou Gehrig. Everybody knows Lou Gehrig, the baseball player. He died of Lou Gehrig's disease.
Wow. What are the odds on that?
Robin Williams and Billy Crystal in an Odd Couple style comedy? It has to be good, right? Right? Oh, half the movie revolves around Sugar Ray? Oh no.
Oh my God!
Father's Day is about as 90s comedy as it gets. Robin Williams and Billy Crystal both slept with the same woman 17 years ago, and now she's calling each of them saying, "Hey, have you seen my 17-year-old son? And he's missing, go find him." So they each set out on this mission, bump into each other, and comedy ensues.
15 minutes till I take this deposition. Where the hell is he with my suit?
Jack, look at this.
That's money. Remember that from when I was single.
Robin Williams movies do this thing a lot where there's a premise that feels like a tired trope, but thanks to his performance or the writing or the directing, everything kind of gets elevated and it works. That's not really the case here. Robin and Billy play off each other very well, though, and it is fun to watch. There are some genuinely funny moments.
You know, if you don't let me back, their heads are gonna roll. It's probably gonna be yours, Bob, okay?
I'm not getting in without a badge.
Do you know who I am? I am the cowboy with the village people, Bob. If I don't get back, there's just gonna be YMA, okay?
But it's one of those movies that kind of feels annoying. It leans so heavily on misunderstandings and dumb mistakes to keep the plot moving forward that you start to see the dumb things coming as soon as the scene is set up.
Did you have to talk all the time?
Oh, excuse me, but I was in there all alone.
Why couldn't you respect my privacy?
I'm trying to clean up our boy.
He's weeping now. Now he's weeping. This is great. Why'd we bother putting him in a shower? You just could have wept on him.
That is always tough for me. When a movie is this dependent on contrived chaos, the comedy starts to feel like we're just kind of hopping from one set piece to the next. It's not bad. Robin gives a really solid performance, and I definitely laughed a few times, but it's nowhere near his stronger work.
And then I wrote my medical musical comedy. It was called Hello, Doctor, It's Still Swollen. It had a great opening number. It was called Hindsight. Hello, Mr. Colon. My prostate's feeling swollen. I think that things are flowing not so well.
This movie is pretty much faded away into obscurity, kind of the same way that the band Sugar Ray has. It's not awful, it's just not good enough or bad enough to be remembered. Sorry to all you Sugar Ray fans out there, all 12 of you. I'm putting this below Toys, but above Popeye? Yeah, just above Popeye. Just because I could actually hear and understand what's going on in this. Both Robin and Billy Crystal give us great performances, and the best scenes are when these two are firing on all cylinders. We're back into the 5-star performances from Robin. That was a dark stretch there for that one film.
Weebo.
Yes.
Oh, do you know what this is?
Flying rubber?
Yes, that's what it is. It's flying rubber. It's Flubber!
Ouch.
Just in case you thought Disney remakes were a new thing, Flubber is a remake of The Absent-Minded Professor, which is just another way of saying, the guy's kind of a dick.
No, I was talking about your excitement.
Excitement.
The wedding.
Congratulations. The wedding! Sarah and I. Oh, the wedding. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Aren't you, honey?
It's today.
You sure?
I saw this movie as a kid, and I don't remember anything about it. I mostly remember the marketing campaign.
And kick off your morning with a world-famous 99-cent Egg McMuffin. But you better get moving. Go, Flubber. Go, Flubber. Or you'll flub up your chance to get your hands on one.
That marketing campaign was ridiculous, but clearly it worked because this made so much money, even though the reviews were bad.
Hey, are you blind? They're doing something illegal out here. Look, folks, nowhere in the rule book doesn't say anything about jumping too high. Now sit down.
He's right. Ain't no rules said the dog can't play basketball.
Robin Williams plays the absent-minded professor who's working on a new energy source. What he actually invents is... I'm not sure. Flubber is a lot of things. 1, it's a green ooze that's a sentient life form that can multiply, stretch, and play the bongos. 2, it's a clear liquid that you could put on anything to make it bounce indefinitely. 3, it has power that could make cars fly? What is happening?
Oh, sorry. First-time flyer.
Oh, and don't forget about the her situation with Weebo. The professor's flying robot with artificial intelligence, which mostly communicates using reaction GIFs and projecting holograms, trying to Sleeping Beauty kiss the professor. What is going on in this kid's film? I don't really want to get too much into this one. None of these other films feel like the shameless cash grab that Flubber does. Disney had a recognizable IP. They had a star they already worked with. This thing was just designed to print money. It wasn't designed to stand the test of time. It wasn't even memorable then, let alone all these years later. Oh, I do have to point out the best part of the film. Shooter McGavin is in it, except this time, he is somehow even more evil. He just straight up admits it, and no one cares.
I won't deny that I hate you for your brilliance. I'm petty, corrupt.
Why are you here?
No, to be honest, I'm here this weekend to steal your fiancée and make her my wife.
Christopher McDonald is having the most fun out of anyone in this movie, and every time he shows up, I cackled out loud. He also gets the best scene in the whole film. I don't know how I forgot Shooter McGavin having Flubber blast through his anus and explode out his pants.
Cool, mommy.
But I won't ever forget that now. I will say that this film looks like the people who worked on it really cared about it. It also looks like one of those films that was just a blast to work on. But the plot and characters, they just don't hold up. I'm going to put this one below Popeye. And just looking at this list, if there's sports in your Robin Williams movie, there's a good chance you're watching a bad Robin Williams movie. Anything with basketball is basically a death sentence.
You guys, and Medfield upsets Rutland on an incredible play.
Robin Williams does give us the perfect absent-minded professor here, though. Even though I didn't enjoy the film, this is still a 5-star performance. We're back on the train, baby!
Do you like apples?
Yeah.
Well, I got a number. How do you like them apples?
Will Hunting
Matt Damon
is a troubled math prodigy working as a janitor at MIT whose extraordinary intellect is discovered by a professor after Will secretly solves an impossible problem. While his genius opens doors to academic and professional success, Will's emotional wounds and fear of abandonment hold him back. Through an uneasy but transformative relationship with his therapist, Sean McGuire, Robin Williams, Will is forced to confront his past, take responsibility for his future, and decide what he truly wants out of life.
I just have a little question here. You could be a janitor anywhere. Why did you work at the most prestigious technical college in the whole fucking world? Why did you sneak around at night and finish other people's formulas that only 1 or 2 people in the world could do and then lie about it? Because I don't see a lot of honor in that, Will.
I love Boston. It's a very unique and special place. It is a difficult place to live, but it has its own style, a place that sits between our historic past and our scary future. Good Will Hunting is hands down the best Boston movie.
I know you've been thinking about it.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
No, I really haven't.
Yes, you have. You happened to get a good night kiss.
No, I tell you, I was hoping to get a good night late.
You get these incredible shots of the city, but the movie also directly digs into the tension between the locals, the townies, and the rich kids who move in from out of town to study at Harvard, MIT, Tufts, Boston College. You get the idea. It's the perfect backdrop for a story about a super genius that can't reach his potential because of his psychological trauma.
I know. No, you don't. It's not your fault. I know. It's not your fault. All right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't fuck with me.
This movie feels genuinely lived in. The characters, even when they lean into more of caricatures, feel like products of their environment.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, cool. Fucking damn right it's cool. How you like me now?
My boy's wicked smart.
The film nails that contrast between the working class neighborhoods and the campuses full of students and professors who live in an entirely different world. That's why a community college is the perfect setting for Robin Williams' character. Someone who has existed in both worlds, but never fully fit in with that privileged class. It's a complex story about how your environment shapes you, but somehow the movie's able to tie everything together with a simple, overarching theme that feels clear and grounded.
Thank you, Will.
It just violate the patient-doctor relationship.
Only if you grab my ass.
And honestly, I can't believe how many Robin Williams movies deal with these exact themes. When you watch his filmography in order, it makes complete sense why he plays so many therapists, teachers, and doctors. He's just so good at playing smart, emotional, vulnerable, but still funny.
My wife used to fart when she was nervous. She had all sorts of wonderful little idiosyncrasies. You know, she used to fart in her sleep. I'm sorry I shared that with you.
My wife uses that scene as an excuse to rip fat ones in bed.
She woke herself up.
That's okay, because this is my excuse. What else am I supposed to say about this movie? It's great. I'm putting it just above Good Morning Vietnam, and you know how much I love that movie. Just below Fisher King, though. It's more of a kind of a 1C than a 3 here. Honestly, any of these 3 could be my favorite Robin Williams movie on any given day. This order is just where they sit most of the time in my brain. Obviously, 5-star performance from Robin Williams here. If I could give it more stars, I would.
Do you think I'd know the first thing about how hard your life has been? How you feel? Who you are? Because I read Oliver Twist. Does that encapsulate you?
So don't put too much stock into my rankings. Actually, editing all these videos forces me to go back and rewatch elements of all the films. So while editing Hook, I found myself rewatching scenes. On more than just one occasion, I stopped editing and I just caught myself watching the movie again.
I hate Peter Pan!
Crap, I'm supposed to be editing this. What time is it? 6 a.m. I have a chicken? I will call you Mrs. Doubtfire. So, I've already made changes to my list. I've moved Hook, Jumanji, and the Birdcage up. Unfortunately, when you move something up, that means you gotta push other things down, so Dead Poets Society seems criminally low. To help with the rankings, I've grouped the films into categories. We got greatness, goodness, and okayness. I felt like these rankings didn't tell you the whole story, and as the list grows and grows, it's hard to tell where the goodness stops and the okayness begins. And this list is so much different than any movie list I've ever made, because even the ones at the bottom so far aren't that bad, and there aren't that many of them. Robin has a way of elevating almost anything he's in. Even the weaker entries are still watchable because of him. So at this stage in the series, okayness is about as harsh as I can get. Jack, you are so lucky, buddy. You are really pushing it. You are right on the edge. This is so hard. If you have an opinion about the rankings or just personal feelings about any of these films, then please comment below. I love talking about these movies. Now we're getting onto the films that I will call Robin's Gamble. At this point, Robin Williams has been nominated for an Academy Award 4 times and has won once for Good Will Hunting. At this point, he is already a worldwide superstar and has had success with both his serious and his comedic roles. Robin took a lot of risks with movies before this, but now he's already standing at the top of the mountain. If his career ended here, he'd already be in so many of these timeless classics and shown everyone his talents.
Sort of a voice in my head, the part of me that thinks, that feels, that is aware that I exist at all.
So if you're aware you exist, then you do.
After dying in a car accident, pediatrician Chris Nielsen, Robin Williams, finds himself in a vividly imagined afterlife shaped by his own memories and emotions. Meanwhile, his wife Annie is devastated by grief and takes her own life. This act condemns her to a darker realm of the afterlife, where Chris must risk his own personal existence to rescue her. Guided by a former mentor, the film explores love, loss, depression, and the idea that compassion and sacrifice can transcend even death itself.
A whole human life is just a heartbeat here in heaven. Then we'll all be together forever.
Robin Williams has been in a lot of movies that take big swings. Being Human was about one man's soul across multiple lifetimes. Toys was a surreal, candy-colored fever dream. Club Paradise was horny. But What Dreams May Come might be Robin's most ambitious project yet. So much of this movie relies on visual effects, and he's acting alone in a field, not knowing what the final product will look like, long before stuff like this was normal. Sometimes this movie feels like it's pioneering technology in real time. Visually, the film is full of stunning moments, especially the sequences where the world is literally made of paint. There's also plenty of gut-wrenching scenes that absolutely pull at your heart.
You in my life. I apologize for every time I failed you, especially this one.
But far too often, the movie just kinda sits in sadness.
If I'd have walked out that night for our double date, you would have never been in that tunnel doing me a favor. Our whole family lost in car crashes. Enough to make a person buy a bike.
I meant to do that.
And the abstract plotting doesn't make it easier on the viewer. You can kind of feel the studio meddling too. The ending is tied up with such a neat little bow that I immediately suspected it was a studio note. And yep, I looked it up. It was. Robin Williams did an Ask Me Anything on Reddit where he talks about it. When I watched the final movie, I felt it was extraordinarily beautiful, but I felt disappointed by the ending. There was a different ending they shot that I felt was much more true to the story. You can see this ending, it's on the Blu-ray, or someone has uploaded it to YouTube if you're interested. What Dreams May Come is not a bad film, but to me, it's not really a good one either. It is different and interesting.
What could it do? Kill you, huh? No, in hell, that's real danger of losing your mind.
There are a lot of incredible elements, but we spend way too much time listening to the characters explain the rules of the afterlife. I get why it had to happen, but there's just only so much exposition a person can handle before wanting to reincarnate themselves just to get a break.
For an expert, you look pretty surprised.
You and Annie a long courtship?
No, actually. From the very first moment, it was like...
Soulmate. It's extremely rare, but it exists. Sort of like twin souls tuned into each other.
Still, the performances are strong, the visuals unbelievable, and you could easily see how this concept probably maybe just works better as a book. Man dies, goes to heaven, goes on a quest for a soulmate. You know, that sounds better as an abstract concept. This one is going to be hard to rank.
You taught me the one thing, the only thing I should always remember.
Which is?
Be sure and tell them Large Marge sent ya.
For me, it sits above Toys, another gorgeous movie with a so-so plot. But this movie does reach for something incredibly difficult, and it kind of succeeds sometimes.
Ian never got to know. The man he was growing up to be.
Robin gives us a gut-wrenching performance, and it's really impressive considering a lot of these scenes are just him acting in an empty room. So, 5 stars for this performance.
Never focus on the problem. Look at me. How many do you say?
Eight.
Based on a true story, Patch Adams follows Hunter Patch Adams, Robin Williams, a man who enrolls in medical school after discovering that humor and genuine human connection help alleviate his own depression. Frustrated by the cold, impersonal medical system, Patch believes that treating patients with empathy, kindness, and laughter is just as important as treating their illness. As he clashes with the rigid administrators and forms deep bonds with fellow students and patients, including a romantic relationship with Karen, Patch's unconventional methods are tested by personal tragedy and professional resilience, ultimately challenging what it truly means to heal people.
Let's check out the maternity ward. You know those chicks put out.
This sounds like the perfect Robin Williams movie. Unfortunately, though, for me, Patch Adams just kind of covers surface-level stuff.
If you want to become a doctor, we have to learn to treat the patient as well as the disease. That's why we have to dive into people, wade into the sea of humanity.
The movie repeats the same point over and over. We get it. We agree. Doctors should care about people. So show us what that looks like in practice. Patch blows bubbles, wears a red nose, and dances around like a goof. Cool. Now show us this brilliant medical mind behind it. Instead, the film just keeps telling us that he's at the top of his class like 1,000 times without ever actually showing us that he's smart.
But my grades are way above par. Your scores are among the top in your class, yet you never seem to study.
You gotta be near the top of the class.
You're almost top of the class. Your grades are among the highest in your class.
I think whether you like this movie depends on how much pandering you can handle.
You treat a disease, you win, you lose. You treat a person, I guarantee you'll win, no matter what the outcome.
For me, it just tries so hard, and there's nothing there. There's nothing underneath it.
Death is not the enemy, gentlemen. If we're gonna fight a disease, let's fight one of the most terrible diseases of all, indifference.
Please shut up!
There's literally a Revenge of the Nerd-style rivalry between Patch and the Dean, and somehow that becomes the backbone of the movie.
Welcome, cold-handed ones. It's an honor to greet/welcome so many who have touched so many women in such a powerful way.
Oh no, the uptight Dean thinks Patch is too happy. But Patch is a genius!
Top of the class.
Yes, I've already seen this movie 1,000,000 times, and in Patch Adams, it's the least interesting part of the story. It's really weird to focus on all that Dean drama when the movie has Patch Adams' love interest murdered by one of the patients they're trying to help. That should have been the emotional climax of the film. Not Patch's big speech while the Dean gets his cartoonish comeuppance.
And, Dean Walcott, in the future, I think matters like this could best be solved if you yourself would practice a little excessive happiness.
You just got owned.
And it's so weird that you cast Robin Williams and you just have him do like the 1998 equivalent of TikTok dances. The real Patch Adams is way cooler than this.
The film promised to build our hospital. None of the profits from the film ever came to us. And so basically 40 years into this work, we are still trying to build our hospital.
So yeah, I'm with the real Patch Adams on this one.
After the movie, there wasn't a single positive article about our work or me. There were dumb, stupid, meaningless things, and it made my children cry.
Okay, so the real Patch Adams did walk that back a little bit years later, but I think his initial reaction was correct, or at least that's my initial reaction. If you like Patch Adams, then I have to ask if you've seen Awakenings, because Awakenings is essentially the same film, but it's infinitely better.
There'll be a community where joy is a way of life, where learning is the highest aim, where love is the ultimate goal, huh? You have all that?
Yeah, not verbatim, but the overall insanity's intact.
I'm putting this one below Cadillac Man. Even though I said all this negative stuff, I don't fault Robin Williams for any of it. If you're given nothing to work with, it's really hard to bring anything to the project. I still think he gives an amazing performance. Say it with me, 5 stars for Robin.
Feeling better?
Tonight is Shabbat.
Great. Go fast like every other night.
In a Polish-Jewish ghetto during World War II, Jakob, Robin Williams, accidentally overhears a forbidden radio broadcast about the advancing Russian army. To give his fellow prisoners hope, he begins telling small lies, claiming that he has a hidden radio and sharing uplifting news of liberation. As the ghetto endures worsening conditions, Jakob's stories become a lifeline for people who have nothing left to believe in. But the more he lies to keep everyone's spirits up, the more danger he brings on himself, forcing him to decide how far he's willing to keep hope alive.
Don't you believe?
I believe we're the chosen people. But I wish the Almighty had chosen somebody else.
I've mentioned before that, yes, Robin Williams is a comedian, but he's just as much an actor. When he won that Oscar for Good Will Hunting, I think it kind of changed him a bit. He's already made some incredible films, but there's a specific type of movie created with the intention of winning an Academy Award, and I think that sometimes that mindset hurts the final product.
Stupid thing for Samuel to do when the Russians are that close. Because they are, aren't they?
Yes, Professor.
What?
The radio says they are.
This feels a little Oscar baity. Robin Williams does give a fantastic performance, even if his accent kind of leans a little bit more comedic than authentic.
What does it have to do with my hair falling out? You have the green stuff you used to rub on Statish's head?
Man at the wedding, and you come here every morning for a free shave, and you never said anything about a radio.
What radio? I have as many radios as I have potatoes.
I'm okay with that. Everyone should technically be speaking Polish anyway, but studios rarely risk a foreign language film when they're chasing mainstream audiences. Still, the set design, the lighting, the cinematography, the overall tone, it doesn't land for me. The pacing, probably the biggest offender. Too often the film just kind of feels like it's spinning its wheels, repeating the same emotional beats.
I heard it on the radio. You have a radio?
The radio. If you had the radio, you'd the radio. He's got a radio.
To a radio.
There's a radio? This radio. A Lotka vendor with a radio.
The radio.
The radio?
The radio says...
Down the radio.
That's the radio? He's got the radio.
For the radio. To the radio.
To your radio.
This is a remake of a 1974 film of the same name. I don't know if it's better. I haven't seen it. Please don't make me watch it. If you've seen it, let me know if it's better or worse. But this version just felt artificial. It didn't connect with me. Not terrible, but it just not memorable. I'm gonna put this above Father's Day because Sugar Ray wasn't in it, but a step below Toys, which is kind of the cutoff for me for what's a good and bad Robin Williams film. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is like right at the middle of the road for me. But how was Robin Williams' performance on this? I don't know what he could have done to make it better. The editing and direction are the biggest issues I have with this thing, so I don't know. I gotta give Robin Williams 5 stars again.
I'm being careful. Oh my God! Just relax, relax, relax.
Why did you do that? That wasn't very funny.
Just keeping you on your toes.
I don't have any toes.
You do now.
Bicentennial Man follows Andrew, Robin Williams, a household robot purchased in the early 2000s who begins to display creativity, curiosity, and emotion far from beyond his programming. As he grows alongside the Martin family, Andrew embarks on a 2-century journey of self-discovery, upgrading his mechanical body, pursuing freedom, falling in love, and fighting for legal recognition as a human being. Over generations, Andrew struggles to understand what it truly means to live, love, age, and die. Ultimately, seeking acceptance not as a machine that serves humanity, but as a person who belongs within it.
I'm the only one who's got my nose, and that's what makes me me. And we need to incorporate these features into your design so that you can be the only one of you. That's what makes us unique, is those imperfections.
I see, like the shape of your head.
Many forms of media explore the general idea that Bicentennial Man tries to tackle. WALL-E, Blade Runner, Her, iRobot, The Iron Giant, Short Circuit, Westworld. Stories like this have been around since the early 1800s. My problem with Bicentennial Man is that it doesn't do anything new or interesting with these ideas outside of
Robot alive. That's a moral quandary. Should it have a penis?
I think I've come up with a method to make you a complete man.
Complete?
Complete.
If this was your first time experiencing a story like this, then you know what? Maybe it worked for you. I don't know. But for someone like me, whose favorite Star Trek character is Data, it's got a lot to live up to. And it never really explores its biggest concepts in a satisfying way. I mean, yes, it does get into the question about whether it's ethical to give a robot a human penis if he falls in love. So, points for going there. They answer that immediately on Star Trek.
From you, Data, you are fully functional, aren't you?
Of course, but
How fully?
in every way, of course. I am programmed in multiple techniques.
But actually, the lack of depth isn't my biggest issue here. The biggest problem I have is it's always breaking the rule of show, don't tell. It is always telling us. The clearest example of this is right at the start. We're introduced to Robin Williams' robot. Great job of predicting the rise of beige, by the way. And immediately every character just starts saying, wow, he's different, he's special. Can you see the humanity in him? And I'm sitting there thinking, no, I don't see it.
What I want to know is, do many of your other robots have feelings like this?
Must be something in the pathways.
We haven't seen a single other robot in this universe. I have no baseline. For all I know, he's just the default model. It would have been just so easy to open with a quick montage showing other household robots behaving robotically, and then introduce Robin Robot so we could see the contrast. But nope, they just tell us that he's special, and we accept it. Accept it, you!
I realize I'm not entirely human. That's why people don't always like or understand me.
I like you.
You do?
I even understand you some of the time.
The whole movie is like this for me. It jumps across so many locations and worlds. It's not even fun to learn about them. Every new scene is just a character explaining why something is important instead of letting us feel it.
Will every human being that I care for just leave?
I'm afraid so.
For a film that is supposed to be about humanity, emotion, and the soul, it's wild that the script feels like it was written by a robot. I mean, there's an allegory for same-sex marriage, but it's robot marriage. It's trying to say something.
You would like us to pass a bill declaring you a human being?
Yes. Specifically, the ability to marry a fellow human being.
I love Robin Williams, and I do think he's giving a genuinely strong performance as a robot, slowly learning to be human. The script just restrains him so much, and that he never gets a chance to shine.
I love you, Portia. I loved you the very first moment I saw you.
Portia?
Yes.
Who's Portia?
My granddaughter.
Your granddaughter?
Yes.
I know you don't like me. Well, I don't like you either. I just want to make that clear.
Couldn't be more clear if you spat in my face.
I can't. I don't have a mucus gland. I loved you the very first moment I saw you.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
I'm sounding really negative. This is not the worst movie in the world. If you saw it young, or this was your first robot become sentient story, then you know what? You could probably like this one.
Is that me? I thought it was you.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, I'll have to have Rupert make me a muffler.
And I do appreciate stories that span multiple lifetimes. That's hard. But I'm gonna put this above Ferngully, because at least it doesn't have a rapping bat.
Rap like an animal, but I'm a mammal.
Playing a sentient robot that's hard. That's really difficult, because you have to act robotic, but then also you have to act a little bit human. You need to be a genius, but also kind of be naive to the world. So this is why I love Data so much. Here, Robin does a great job with this role, and guess what? It's a 5-star performance.
Friends come in all sizes, that's a fact, it's true. All the colors of rainbow from mauve to blue.
Sheldon Mopes, an idealistic, painfully wholesome children's entertainer, becomes an overnight sensation after replacing Rainbow Randolph, Robin Williams, a corrupt and disgraced kids' TV host. As Sheldon's alter ego, Smoochy the Rhino, becomes popular, he quickly discovers that the world of children's television is a seedy underbelly of mobsters, greedy executives, and shady charities. Rainbow Randolph, meanwhile, spirals into madness and becomes obsessed with destroying Smoochy and reclaiming his fame. What unfolds is a dark, absurd comedy about innocence colliding with corruption, with Smoochy desperately trying to stay pure in an industry determined to chew him up.
Hey, Angelo. You know, I've been meaning to tell you, I was a big fan of your work with the Crinkle Kids, and I really appreciate you coming over and being a Rhinette.
A job's a job.
Rarely do we get to see Robin Williams as a villain in a comedy. Technically, you could argue that he's the villain in Mrs. Doubtfire, you know, a long, elaborate lie to your ex-wife and kids illegally sneaking into their home and assaulting people with fruit.
It was a run by fruiting.
Yep, I'd say that's at least a misdemeanor. But in Death to Smoochy, Robin gets to be openly, gleefully corrupt, a desperate, morally bankrupt children's entertainer trying to destroy our protagonist.
Hello.
You better grow eyes in the back of your fucking head, you horned piece of shit, because I'm not gonna sleep until worms are crawling up your foam rubber ass. I'm going on safari, motherfucker. Safari.
Gee whiz.
It's a blast. You get full manic Robin Williams energy, but filtered through something darker and pettier and sometimes disturbing.
It's the rhino, Angie. The devil sent him from hell to destroy me. Smoochy is the face of evil.
After watching so many of his films back to back, this one felt like a refreshing change of pace. Death to Smoochy was directed by Danny DeVito, and if you've seen his other work, like Matilda, you know he has this distinct visual style.
Where'd you say you were from exactly, Mr. McCunkle?
This movie is drenched in bright colors and childlike imagery, but almost every bit of it is surrounded by shadows and this adult cynicism.
He slams the door, he stomps his feet, sends me to bed with zilch to eat. But my stepdad's not mean, he's just adjusting.
This film does a great job of presenting this fake, whimsical universe and then slamming it into this grimy, morally bankrupt New York.
How does it feel to be voted the most hated man in America, Randall?
In a country full of Neanderthals, I wear the fucking badge of honor.
I love dark comedies like this because they're willing to take big swings and twists on familiar ideas. The film doesn't always hit on its marks, but it's usually pretty great. I understand why something like this has a cult following.
Here at the Kidnet Jungle, the rhino is now extinct. The Smoochy slot will be safely occupied by cartoon reruns.
If you like Death to Smoochy and you haven't seen Shakes the Clown, then I highly recommend that.
You didn't join us at all. That really pisses me off. Let's try it again for a brief moment. Time out, everyone. You're a clown, aren't you? No, I'm not a clown. Really? Let's try again.
For me, personally, I guess it's better than What Dreams May Come. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. Robin gives us a roller coaster of emotions throughout, and it's just great watching his fall and then rise again. 5-star performance.
They actually believe that any idiot that attends a 2-day seminar can master the art of making beautiful prints in less than an hour. But of course, like most things, there's far more to it than meets the eye.
Seymour Cy Parrish, Robin Williams, is a quiet and seemingly gentle photo technician who runs a 1-hour photo counter at a suburban Save Mart. Cy has spent years developing pictures for the Yorkin family and has grown emotionally attached to them, imagining himself as part of their perfect life. But when he discovers evidence of infidelity and realizes the Yorkins' world isn't as idyllic as he believed, Cy's obsession deepens and unravels. His loneliness, delusion, and desire for connection drive him to increasingly unsettling behavior, culminating in a dangerous attempt to protect the family he's convinced himself he belongs to.
Cy, what the hell are you doing?
Cinematography, sound design, and pacing are the most important aspects for a thriller to me. For me, that's what separates a film that truly pulls you in from one that just kind of sits there hoping you'll care. A good thriller is able to draw you in even when you feel uncomfortable, and fortunately for 1 Hour Photo, it nails all these aspects.
And if these pictures have anything important to say to future generations, it's this. I was here. I existed. I was young. I was happy, and someone cared enough about me in this world to take my picture.
Whenever we see Cy, he's surrounded by cold colors and empty space. He lives a sterile, distant life. his humanity is disconnected from people around him. His only relationships are the superficial ones that he has with customer connections that he maintains by living vicariously through their photos. He has this extreme belief in justice, and he takes his job very seriously, and he clings to order because that's the only structure he seems to have.
I've been doing POS mini lab work for over 20 years now. I consider it an important job.
In contrast, whenever we see the Yorkin family, they're framed with these warm wood tones and colorful objects. Their world actually feels lived in. It feels connected, full of the kinds of memories people actually want to keep. But as Cy himself notes, you only take photos of things that you want to remember.
Most people don't take snapshots of the little things. The used Band-Aid, the guy at the gas station, the wasp on the Jell-O. But these are the things that make up the true picture of our lives. People don't take pictures of these things.
Cy imagines himself as Uncle Cy, desperately wanting a meaningful connection, but unable to form it because of his unresolved trauma.
The things we fear the most have already happened to us.
Wow. I had no idea you were such a deep thinker, Cy.
The film's able to hint at all of this with not just relying on Cy's behavior. He's not a reliable narrator, but it's not because he's malicious, it's because he's made it up in his own mind. He's carefully created this fantasy world so he can escape his own pain. Okay, I don't want to get too deep into the plot, because if you haven't seen this film, like, those reveals are where the real enjoyment is in this. For me, you know, the pacing is absolutely perfect. Just enough time between events to let your mind wander, question, dread what's coming next. It's that sustained uneasiness that really sticks with you.
Now you finish out the week and clear out your locker. And if you do something like fuck up today's prints on purpose...
I haven't fucked up a customer's prints in 11 years.
I love this film. This was my third rewatch, and I love just watching the little breadcrumbs that they leave you along the way. Robin Williams is phenomenal. The film looks fantastic, and even when I know every story beat, I was still completely drawn in. For me, it sits below Dead Poets Society. I guess this one kind of goes where however comfortable you are being uncomfortable. I will say that if you watch like 1 hour photo and then immediately start Mrs. Doubtfire, you'll look at Mrs. Doubtfire a little bit different.
Hi there.
Hello.
I was just at the Dairy Queen. I saw you down here and thought I'd say hello.
Mrs. Hillard, I presume?
I've been doing POS mini lab work for over 20 years now.
For the past 15 years, I have worked for the Smythe family of Elborn, England. She's got a power tool in the bedroom, dear.
Hi there.
Hello.
I consider it an important job.
That's Smythe, not Smith, dear.
Look, Cy, I've got a family.
Come on, you're on my time now.
I'm not losing my job over this.
You're my goddamn kids, too. I haven't up a customer's prints in 11 years.
Hi there.
Hello.
I was just at the Dairy Queen. I saw you down here and thought I'd say hello.
Mrs. Hillard, I presume?
Yes.
I've been doing POS mini lab work for over 20 years now. That's my little nephew, Jake. I need to be with my children.
He's a handsome boy.
Isn't he?
I haven't up a customer's prints in 11 years.
You're not here. You're never here.
Dad, you're not trying very hard.
I need to be with my children, and I'll do anything to do that.
You're my goddamn kids, too.
Hi there.
Hello.
Look, Cy, I've got a family.
I need to be with my children.
Dad, you're not trying very hard.
Hi there.
Hello.
I was just at the Dairy Queen. I saw you down here and thought I'd say hello.
Mrs. Hillard, I presume?
Yes.
I've been doing POS mini lab work for over 20 years now. You say hello for me.
Hello!
Robin Williams' performance, pitch perfect. He has this natural warmth in most of his roles, and here, those Robinisms blend into something that's just slightly off. The small moments that you're alone with Cy, where Cy drops his performance and you see that void in him, it's deeply unsettling. 5-star performance from Robin.
I didn't murder her. I killed her, but it just ended up that way.
So where'd you take the body?
Thanks for listening to me. Feels good to talk about that stuff. I'll be able to sleep now.
Veteran LAPD detective Will Domer, Al Pacino,
It's not Al anymore. It's Dunk. Dunkachino? Don't mind if I do.
is sent to a small town in Alaska with his partner to investigate the murder of a teenage girl. As the sun never sets during the Alaskan summer, Dormer begins to suffer from severe sleep deprivation, which worsens after he shoots and kills his partner during a foggy chase. Possibly accidentally, maybe on purpose, either way, he chooses to cover it up. The case takes a psychological turn when the real killer, novelist Walter Finch, Robin Williams, realizes what Dormer has done and begins to manipulate him, creating a tense cat-and-mouse game built on shared guilt and moral compromise. As Dormer's mental state deteriorates, the investigation becomes less about catching a murderer and more about confronting corruption and the cost of living with one's own sins.
A good cop can't sleep because a piece of the puzzle's missing, and a bad cop can't sleep because his conscience won't let him. You said that once.
I did? Well, sounds like something I'd say, don't it?
Insomnia marks Robin Williams' third villain role in 2002 alone, so watching all of these back to back to back was interesting. He plays a different kind of antagonist in each one of these, and he absolutely nails this quiet, unsettling version. It's a great reminder that Robin Williams could turn that warmth into something incredibly eerie with just the slightest little tilt in his performance.
Killing changes you. You know that. It's not guilt. I never meant to do it.
This is a Christopher Nolan film, so you get that standard Christopher Nolan package. You get that uneasy, slightly disorienting cinematography and a sound design that feels like a low-grade panic attack followed by an assault on your ears. The movie leans hard into themes of truth versus perception, the fog of moral ambiguity, and the uncomfortable question of whether the ends ever really justify the means. Despite taking place in an Alaskan town where the sun never sets, the whole movie feels like a descent into darkness. You're constantly questioning Al Pacino's real motivations while watching him wrestle with his own demons. Demons that manifest in the form of insomnia.
I'm in no position to judge.
Why not?
There are two kinds of people who live in Alaska. The ones who were born here, and the ones who come here to escape something else. I wasn't born here.
Insomnia is a thriller that doesn't really hide anything. We're given almost all the information we need right at the beginning. So there's no mystery about who did it. The tension is watching Pacino try to outsmart Williams. And the problem is Pacino's motivation to work with him doesn't really always make sense.
What did you see through the fog? I saw pretty clearly, didn't I? I saw you take aim.
Come on, forget it, Finch.
Shoot your partner in the chest.
Why wouldn't you take the word of a detective, even if that detective is under investigation? Why wouldn't you take his word over a literal child murderer? The movie doesn't want you to really think about that, though.
What has two thumbs and loves blowjobs?
I don't know.
This guy.
You know, too often characters just kind of discover important clues or information in ways that kind of feel just too convenient, almost magical sometimes. Oh, look, a board. It's loose. Perfect place for this gun I needed to hide. So while it's definitely a good film, it's not the most enjoyable for me. Part of the fun in a crime thriller is kind of watching the detective piece the puzzle together for me, but in Insomnia, we spend most of our time watching our detective fall apart, emotionally, morally.
Feels good to talk about that stuff. I'll be able to sleep now. You want to talk about Hap?
This is probably going to be the lowest you'll see it on anyone's list. I do believe that a lot of people like this one, so just, this is just my opinion on it. But I do believe that this is Christopher Nolan's, one of his weakest movies. It sits below What Dreams May Come for me. Robin Williams does give a great performance, though. He tweaks that style just enough. Can you believe that I'm going to give it 5 stars? 5-star performance.
You know why your mother died, son? She killed herself because she had a
son, isn't that right?
She got hit by a car.
She walked in front of a car because she had a son.
She was drunk.
She was drunk because her son's
She was drunk because she was married to you, you loser.
The House of D follows Tom Warsaw, a New York artist living in Paris, who reflects on a formative period of his youth in 1970s New York City. Tom befriends Popeye, a mentally disabled man played by Robin Williams, whose warmth and humor mask deeper emotional struggles. At the same time, Tom experiences his first crush, a classmate, leading to a series of choices and misunderstandings that permanently alter his life. The film moves between past and present as adult Tom comes to terms with this long-buried secret and the emotional fallout of his childhood decisions. House of D is written, directed, and sort of stars David Duchovny. And the first two acts are oddly fixated on puberty.
I'm sorry if I may correct you. In English, we say happiness.
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 Penis.
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 Oh, okay, I have the penis.
Okay.
That focus completely overwhelms the actual story the film wants to tell. So by the time it reaches that third act, you're left wondering why so much time was spent on the material that doesn't matter.
Ow.
Sorry, thought you had something on.
Yeah, he's a peach fuzz kid. I shaved my ass once.
Oh, yeah.
Bald as a cue ball.
I'm going to blame this on the fact that David Duchovny was a known sex addict at the time. I'm not making fun. I'm not poking fun. Not joking around. I just think that it obviously affected the film.
Tommy wants to say his prayers.
Ah, Simone, my first boss. Well, at least part of Simone, anyway. I think this is where my love of French began.
You watch this film and you tell me that it didn't affect the whole thing. Robin Williams plays a mentally disabled character, but the movie doesn't really give anyone real grounded characteristics. Everyone just kind of feels like a loose collection of stereotypes that you've seen done better elsewhere. And that really becomes a problem with Robin's role, which sometimes it does end up, it's a little bit more offensive than endearing.
I was supposed to be normal, but I didn't get enough oxygen when I was born.
Will you be quiet, Mr. Pappas?
Even worse, Robin Williams' character is completely, disconnected, it feels like, from the rest of the story. It really feels like maybe that was supposed to be a childhood friend, and then they changed it. I don't know. Just doesn't feel right. I haven't even mentioned the fake teeth that, pull Robin's lips into this creepy Joker smile. I don't know why they make this choice. I don't understand.
No titty at all. I've seen lemons bigger.
Pappas.
It's okay, I really don't care.
Anton Yelchin is a clear standout here, delivering a genuinely strong performance.
What about your daddy?
My dad's dead, and the stupid people, the village, they're like manual military people,
House of D is uneven and frustrating. I'm putting this below Ferngully, but above Club Paradise. Again, we got Robin trying to do his best with the material that he was given. I don't know how you could change his performance to make it any better. All the badness is in the script for me, so 5-star Robin Williams performance.
Please call iTech Storage. Tell them Mr. Hackman will be dropping by.
Very good, ma'am.
I've seen memories where the Cutters were careless. They had no respect for the dead.
The dead mean nothing to me, Mrs. Bannister. I took this project because I respect the living.
The Final Cut is a sci-fi drama in which Robin Williams plays Alan Hackman, a professional cutter whose job is to edit together memorial videos using recorded memories from people who had an implanted device called a Zoe chip, which captures everything they see and hear through their lives. Alan assembles these curated highlight reels for funerals, shaping how the dead are remembered, often omitting the darker truths. Haunted by his own childhood trauma and growing increasingly uneasy with the moral implications of his work, Alan begins to question the ethics of rewriting lives, especially when he uncovers disturbing secrets in the memories of a powerful man. The film explores themes of memory, legacy, surveillance, guilt, and whether anyone has the right to control how their life is remembered.
These moments, they belong to me, Alan. The good and the bad. They're mine and his. Who are you to take them away from me? No! Don't touch me!
The final cut has some genuinely interesting ideas, and sometimes the cinematography is awesome. It is 2004, and brown was very in, and it's everywhere in this film, so the computer that was used to edit memories is made out of wood, and it is the coolest thing in the film. It's clearly inspired by real-life editing rigs. Mine looks uncomfortably familiar. The problem I have with this is none of the pieces really click into place for me. Just when it feels like the story is finally building momentum, the movie abruptly ends, leaving you with an incredibly unsatisfying conclusion. Nothing fully develops, and none of the ideas land with the weight that they think they do.
What can one do? Accidents will happen. Perhaps some things are best forgotten.
Perhaps.
The best way for me to explain where I think its biggest shortcomings lie is just going over the sci-fi concept it's trying to cover. In the near future, some people have a biological chip implanted in their brain that records every moment of their life, every experience, every private detail. And what do they use this technology for? Well, when you die, a stranger watches your entire life and edits it down into a 5 to 10 minute highlight reel to play at your rememory funeral, and that's it. There are literal protesters in the street furious about this technology, and its primary function is a glorified video eulogy.
Let's go on! Show some respect! Open your eyes!
And you would think having everything recorded all the time into your brain would just make you want to be a better person. Nope, everybody that this guy goes through is just an evil piece of garbage.
Daddy loves you so much.
I honestly can't think of a dumber or less imaginative use for this technology, and neither can the movie. And because of that, the plot turns into this disjointed, half-baked thriller that never really finds a compelling reason to exist.
Oh, yes, the questions. I remember it differently. Are you sure that's what happened?
Some of us still live by the code, Fletcher. We didn't walk away. We have what it takes.
And what does it take, Alan? Delusion, obsession, guilt?
The stakes feel weirdly small and shallow in this. Anyone who's seen the Black Mirror episode, The Entire History of You, knows that this concept has real legs. That episode does more with this idea in less time, with lower stakes, but it has far more emotional impact.
See how you look at him?
Tiny little details, like the thickness of the wedding invitation paper.
No, how you look at me.
Well, I think it's an interesting choice, going grainless.
Watching the final cut, not the worst thing. There could have been something there. There really could. And it makes me mad that we missed it. I'm putting this, man, just above best of times, because at least it was edited properly. Robin gives us another 5-star performance in a movie where the writing is 1 star.
No, it's not your problem. If you burden your friends, soon you won't have any.
What are you, a fortune cookie? That's what friends... You consider me a friend?
Sure, what else would I consider you?
I don't know. An embarrassment, a way to rebel against your parents, a desperate cry for help. The list is endless.
Robots is set in a world entirely populated by robots and follows Rodney Copperbottom, an optimistic young inventor who dreams of making life better for everyone. After moving to Robot City to meet his hero, Big Weld, Rodney instead discovers that the company has been taken over by the ruthless Ratchet and his sleazy boss, who push a profit-driven agenda that discourages fixing older robots and promotes constant upgrades. Teaming up with a group of misfit, outmoded robots, including the loud and somewhat lovable Fender, Robin Williams, Rodney works to stop Ratchet's plan and restore Big Weld's philosophy that everyone deserves a chance, no matter how outdated they are.
As of today, they're no longer making parts for your model. You have been officially outmoded.
Outmoded? Well, that's fine.
What's the good news? Well, when we had your parts, they were on sale.
The idea of companies intentionally making products obsolete just so they could sell you more expensive versions of it later is actually a great topic to explore and very ahead of its time. Anyone who's purchased a Google device, like the stupid Nest thermostat that came with my home, knows how frustrating that can be. The problem is, the film just doesn't have any defined rules, and it's more interested in spectacle. The camera's just constantly flying around, just showing off how cool these metal textures looked back in 2005. The story itself barely makes any sense.
And guess who's really behind it all? Ratchet. You don't want to guess? Come on! I ran all this way in cha-cha heels. Come on, take a stand. Ratchet! Ratchet!
The guy who owns the company and is universally loved somehow gets pushed out by the obvious evil guy? Okay, there has to be a reason for that, right? Nope.
You don't know what I've done to get here. The lies I've told, the lives I've ruined. This isn't helping me.
Get me security!
It's just not wrapped up in an interesting way. I don't like stuff like that, because it makes everything feel like a string of random sequences that are just kind of strung together.
Well, then why is she called Aunt Fanny?
Couldn't call her Aunt Booty.
Whoa!
The voice acting, it's bad. And it's stuffed with everyone who just happened to be on 20th Century Fox's payroll at the time.
Don't buy us. We're fakes.
Mail call!
Could you look at my arm?
Good for you, Herb! Don't even think about it.
I don't even really care that the world doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in Cars, either. Hell, that movie straight up rips off Doc Hollywood, but it's 1,000 times better than Robots because Robots doesn't have that ka-chow.
Ka-chow!
Robin Williams here feels like what some high-level executive thinks Robin Williams should be. In Aladdin, when Genie goes on those tangents, it works because the jokes are connected to what's happening in the scene and who the character is. Here, it's just random and sporadic, and it's hard to follow. That all said, I've said this a million times, not the worst thing in the world.
It used to be a lot worse. They had this giant hammer. Ah! Oh, they brought it back.
Just kinda, it's bland. And with the title like Robots, I guess I don't know what I was expecting. I'm gonna put this above the other Robin Williams robot movie, Bicentennial Man. Scoring Robin's performance here, it's gonna be difficult because the film is so bland and he's just in a room by himself trying to make it, who am I kidding? Not hard. 5-star performance from Robin.
Remember, love is sacrifice.
I guess you're right.
Okay, so you get tough, all right? And remember, this call is for entertainment purposes only.
Robin Williams plays Paul Barnell, a struggling Alaskan travel agent drowning in debt while caring for his wife, who has Tourette syndrome. When Paul believes his estranged brother has died, he sees an opportunity to collect a life insurance payout by passing off a frozen corpse as his brother's body. This desperate plan pulls him into a web of increasingly absurd and dangerous situations involving hitmen and insurance investigators. Eventually, Paul's moral compromises spiral out of control in the bleak, snow-covered landscape of Alaska.
Yes, it'll happen tomorrow. Now put my wife back. Hello.
I think I managed to avoid a trace.
We're staying at his house.
Okay, so it's hard not to watch The Big White and not immediately think of Fargo. And while Fargo has plenty of great comedic moments, it's really about the tone and watching how every choice a character makes slowly and realistically affects their lives. This movie feels like somebody watched Fargo and they're like, wow, those funny parts were the best part. What if we tried to make a funnier Fargo?
Tastes like a rectal polyp.
Now, how would she know?
And the problem is that Fargo works because the comedy comes from how grounded and absurd these characters feel. The Big White has no realism holding it together. One of the main plot mechanics is the insurance investigator is dating and living with a woman who works from home as a $1.99 a minute phone line psychic.
Hey, our only relationship problem is that you're running a $1.99 a minute carny scam out of my living room.
Don't call it a scam.
She exists solely so Robin Williams' wife can call her later after she's been kidnapped. That's a weird sentence to say. The technical term for something like this is horrible writing. Woody Harrelson plays Robin's estranged brother and gives a completely unhinged, cartoonish performance. It's pretty good.
Hey, you remember that time in school I jumped out and scared you and you fucking peed all over yourself?
That was a hoot, yeah.
You remember how everybody called you Puddles?
Yeah.
Everybody called you Puddles.
But, none of these characters are interesting to learn about, and none of them are likable, so it's just kind of it turns into a slog. By the time the credits roll, you're not feeling anything. You're just like, what was that? A few jokes land, but most of the time, you stop caring, because no one behaves like a human being. I don't know where to put this thing. Come on, it's so hard. Oh my God. I guess I liked it more than Patch Adams. That's gonna make some people mad. Yeah, you know what? It's above Patch Adams, okay? Robin, he's forced to carry this whole thing. It's all on his shoulders, and he has no help. And you know what? Sometimes it works, and the only reason why it works is because of him, because he gives a 5-star performance.
What type of sick company are you running here, sir?
This is crazy. This is crazy. All you have to do is dig up the body and I'm not talking to you.
In the final years of his career, Robin Williams starred in a movie where a fake gorilla holds Seth Green hostage, a thriller where he gets catfished over the radio, and a comedy featuring 2 animatronic babies that will legitimately haunt your nightmares.
Check it out. Whoa, what's the matter? What the hell is that? A killer robot monster?
From 2006 onward, one of the greatest actors of our generation found himself in the most baffling, bizarre, and chaotic cinematic fever dreams ever released. So, out of all these forgotten late career movies, are there any hidden gems, or had we already seen his best work? To find out, I watched all of them. Welcome to the final chapter of Good Morning Robin, where I review and rank every Robin Williams movie. The deeper you dig into these weird final films, the more you realize that no matter how terrible the script was, Robin Williams will still make some pretty incredible acting decisions. Let's find out my final rankings and celebrate Robin once again. This is Good Morning Robin.
Maybe we should be like NASCAR. We'd be in the Senate with our suits on, and basically they should know if you're backed by something, it'd be like little patches like they wear in NASCAR. You can say, Vioxx, the backaches end, the heart attacks begin. And we'll put the big one on the back, Enron. We take your money and run. Smackdown.
Tom Dobbs, Robin Williams, is a cynical Jon Stewart-style comedian who mocks the U.S. election process on his TV show. After jokingly encouraging his viewers to vote for him, Dobbs unexpectedly wins the presidential election due to a combination of voter apathy and a new electronic voting system. As he prepares to take office, a young voting machine programmer uncovers a software flaw that may have altered the election results. The film then shifts from a satire to a political thriller as Dobbs grapples with whether to expose the truth even if it means giving up his presidency.
You have an HMO that basically says, we'll give you Viagra, but we won't pay for glasses. So you can have a hard-on, but you can't see where to put it.
The biggest problem that I have with Man of the Year is that it doesn't believe in itself. The movie spends way too much of its runtime undercutting its own message for no real reason other than to appear more realistic, my fellow people. Look, I don't want to get into our current state of politics right now, but I think that we all agree that the idea of an entertainer becoming president is not a far-fetched idea anymore.
That's why I say you can't spend $200 million on a campaign and not be owing people something. And the next thing you know, they have to deal with the special interests. The next thing you know, they're doing special favors for special people and not dealing with what you need.
Actually, I think that everyone watching this video would happily vote for Robin Williams as president. If he was still alive today, he would be 75, which is actually pretty young compared to recent elections. And if the movie actually committed to this idea, it would have been genuinely funny and have a possibility to be a really sharp satire, with tons of room for real drama and commentary about how ridiculous it is to vote for somebody just because they feel relatable. Instead, the movie pivots to a software glitch that alters the election results, turning the whole thing into a weird non-event.
There was a problem with the computer voting system. I tried to warn them, and it's that error that's made you the next president of the United States.
I didn't win.
Not even close.
Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do?
I don't know. I had to say it. I've been living with this. I just had to tell you.
Basically, none of this mattered. He didn't really win. Oopie. It retroactively makes the whole film just feel like it was a dream sequence, just because it's too afraid to stand behind its own premise.
But politicians are a lot like diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reason. Keep that in mind next time you vote.
I'm gonna put this one below House of D, but above Club Paradise. I would rather watch Shooter McGavin poop out Flubber for 90 minutes than watch this again.
Cool, mommy.
As for the man himself, Robin Williams gets to play a character that's really close to who he actually is, so this role is basically made for him, and that means that this is an easy 5-star performance from Robin.
Suck on this, Rocky. Whoa. Yeah! Run, critters! Yeah, there's more where that came from, you little bandit! Yeah!
Bob Monroe, Robin Williams, is a stressed-out corporate executive who promises his family a dream vacation in Hawaii, only to secretly replace it with a disastrous road trip in a rented recreational vehicle so he can attend an important business meeting in Colorado. As the Monroes travel across country, Bob's attempts to juggle work obligations and family time spiral into a series of increasingly humiliating mishaps, involving malfunctioning RV equipment, rival campers, and mounting family frustration. Along the way, the trip forces Bob to confront his workaholic priorities and ultimately reconnect with his family in ways he long neglected. So, RV, pretty standard setup. Dad has a great family, but their relationships are strained because he spends too much time working. We've all seen this movie before. It's a formula that works, and it's worked plenty of times.
Why don't you come on over? Tuesday's meatloaf. Then afterwards we can sit around and watch Ernest Goes to Jail.
It is funny.
But for some reason, people just hated the idea of this movie when it came out. I think a lot of that had to do with how silly and dumb the marketing made it look. Now, this is where I'm going to have to bring up that sad time that we all try to forget, the Robin Williams hate era.
Oh, you're just going to pretend I'm not here, huh? Just like Robin Williams' agent pretends he's still funny.
Hello? Hey, Phil, it's Robin Williams.
That's hilarious.
It's a stretch that we don't like to pretend happened, because once we lost him, we all collectively felt bad for how harsh we were during this time. RV is a perfect example of that unnecessary hate. And you know why I think that? Because RV actually isn't that bad.
My wife, Mary Jo, and my daughter, Moon.
Hey, y'all.
Moon, that's kind of a hippie name, like Moon, Rainbow, Bong.
She was named after Warren Moon. He was the quarterback of the Houston Oilers.
Cassie, my daughter, my son Carl. Named after Karl Marx. Socialist, some would say the father of modern communism.
Sure, it's formulaic. The slapstick is very cartoonish and stupid, but it's done well. The movie establishes rules and sticks to them. It's not without flaws. There is a completely unnecessary liar's reveal.
This is about work.
Mm-hmm.
You brought us out here on vacation because it was close to a business meeting?
You're getting warmer.
The Alpine Soda merger.
Bingo.
And the family has to act like they hate Bob just to create conflict. So early on, you kinda hate the family more. But the best parts of RV is where you get to see that warm, wholesome Robin Williams.
'Cause I always want to live here with you.
Well, one day you're gonna grow up, meet a wonderful guy, and you're gonna get married.
You and I will always be best friends.
The movie really works to show how much Bob Monroe cares about his family, and it gives it some much needed heart until the movie eventually finds a better balance. What really surprised me, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but RV has structure, themes, and symbolism. A lot of bad family road trip movies treat the vehicle as nothing more than a gag machine. The worst example that I've ever seen is that Vacation reboot with Ed Helms, where the car doesn't even feel like it exists on the same planet as us.
Oh, it's the muffin again!
RV doesn't have that problem. At first, the RV is new and pristine, but Bob has no idea how to drive it. And when he asks his family what they want to call it, they land on...
Before we embark, I think we should give this beauty a name. Suggestions?
The big turd. The big rolling turd.
In that spirit, we set forth.
They hate the thing and don't want to be on this trip. So it's not subtle. The RV obviously represents the family. It looks nice on the outside, but everyone inside resents it. But over time, they slowly start to love the big rolling turd. As it becomes more worn down and broken, the more the RV goes through, the more the family goes through. And by the end of the movie, they're literally singing songs about it.
Big old rolling turd! Big old rolling turd!
Jeff Daniels and Kristen Chenoweth are fantastic foils for the Monroes.
I hope you don't find this next question too personal, but how do you...
Make a living? Various ways. Let's see, we made $25,000 and we turned in Mary Jo's stepdad.
In prison, he's getting the help he needs.
Their family is so perfect and so relentlessly kind that the mean-spirited Monroes just can't stand them. And I think it plays beautifully for laughs.
We pulled in a second and started rolling away.
Isn't that something? Y'all want to hear about the time Jesus saved us from a tornado?
Oh, it's a great story.
And there's something about Kristen Chenoweth's performance that I like. I don't know what it is. Just kind of speaks to me.
We have your computer!
Former Lego Masters host Will Arnett does a great job as Bob's slimy boss.
Laird can write me a presentation. If I tell him to, he'll live in the office. He'll shower in the damn water cooler, but you've got one thing that he hasn't got.
Soul.
No, you're good at a meeting.
And the singer JoJo is in it.
I'm like JoJo, the idiot circus boy with a pretty new pet.
And, it's kind of the start and end of her movie career.
Wait a minute, I forgot. We're not in Hawaii. We're when NASA faked the moon landing. What do they like about us? We're not even that appealing.
I've got an ICBM coming.
Mubby.
Oh my God, it's your husband.
Robin Williams does a fantastic job, though. Even the mandatory RV poop joke is elevated by Robin Williams' performance here. I really think the marketing failed this movie, and it didn't really help that we were all weirdly down on Robin Williams at the time. So I don't know, shame on us.
I just wanted to make sure the meeting is still on for 2:30 tomorrow. Otherwise, I gotta go to that Chinese dentist. Get it? 2:30?
You son of a bitch! I had a mouthful of coffee. God, you are funny, and that is real!
When I started this series, I never predicted that I would actually like this movie. It lands just below Death to Smoochy for me. If you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor and watch it with friends or your family. Obviously, I have to give Robin... Actually, you know what? I'm retiring the 5-star thing for the rest of the series. I'm sick of saying it. You're probably sick of hearing it. And by this point, I've realized that Robin Williams is just incapable of phoning it in. Except for Jack. Jack, you know what? That loses a star. Down to 2 stars. The more I see it, the more off-putting it becomes. But another reason why I wanted to retire the rating gag was because we got to talk about something serious real quick. I have to address the sad fact that Robin Williams will soon be suffering from undiagnosed Lewy body dementia. And because I don't think it's fair to rate somebody's performance when they're dealing with a rare, undiagnosed illness, I just don't feel right rating Robin's performance here on out. You know, it's hard to pinpoint exactly when this started, so I'm just gonna stop right now just to be safe. Okay, we good? Let's get back to Silly Town, huh?
Things have been kind of up and down for me lately, and that's been hard for you. But I really feel like my moment's coming, and when it does, everything's just gonna come together, you know?
What if you're wrong? And you're just an ordinary guy who should get a job?
The first 20 minutes of Night at the Museum are genuinely great. The cinematography, the original score, and the performances all really pull you in. And it's a fun fantasy world that feels like it has unlimited possibilities.
Thank you.
Not at all. Theodore Roosevelt, 26th President of these United States of America, at your service.
Okay, I'm Larry Daly, the new night guard.
The setup is perfect. Ben Stiller plays a struggling single dad who takes a night guard job at a museum of natural history, only to discover an ancient Egyptian artifact brings all the exhibits to life.
Yellow. Cecil's Larry Daly. Larry, yes, how can I help you? The dinosaur. Oh, the dinosaur's alive. I'm having a little trouble hearing you, friend. Darkiva! The dinosaur's alive!
You immediately understand why this children's book was adapted into a movie. A museum where everything comes to life at night? That's a perfect setup for something imaginative and character-driven. Unfortunately, they never really do anything interesting with this world. After that setup, it kind of defaults to bland, boring, kind of forgettable action beats.
Jed? So I call you Jed, I don't call you Tiny, right?
What's that supposed to mean?
Hey, Teeny, how does that sound?
I don't like it. It hurts my feelings.
Okay, well, Gigantor makes me feel like some sort of freak, so, you know.
I don't. I just call you Larry.
Don't be a kiss-ass.
But thankfully, Robin Williams is an exception. His Teddy Roosevelt is easily the heart of this series.
You might have heard of the Clapper.
Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
Some men are born great. Others have greatness thrust upon them. For you, this is that very moment.
Ben Stiller, you know, he does good work, but his character is written to spend the entire movie just getting dumped on, so he's stuck reacting instead of driving anything meaningful.
Ew! Oh! Yuck! Bad monkey, stop that! Ew!
That's not right. Are you done? Huh? Do you have an issue with me? Huh? Do you have an issue with me? Because if I have a problem with somebody, I don't pee on them, okay?
The movie doesn't really follow its own rules, so then, like, when the middle's happening, you're just kind of waiting for them to get to the big action piece at the end. And that problem's made even worse by the completely unnecessary love story between Ben Stiller and the museum employee who disappears from this franchise entirely after this film.
I prefer hanging out with people who are dead for 200 years. It's the live ones that throw me.
It's cool. Seriously, though, you do have to leave.
Seriously?
Yeah, sorry, it's just museum rules and we're sort of locking everything up.
Look, I know this is gonna upset a lot of people. Clearly, this movie has fans, otherwise they wouldn't have made so many of them. But for me, I like the idea of Night at the Museum more than the actual execution. So if I was gonna... Oh, that stupid tray. Ow, why'd I look at it? Oh, my hand's free. I'm free! Get ready to be upset. I'm gonna put this one just above Father's Day, but overall, kind of a forgettable disappointment for me. It's not horrible, so I can understand why people like this stuff.
From the studios of WNYH in New York City, I'm Gabriel Noon, and this is Noon at Night. As a storyteller, I've spent years looting my life for fiction. Like a magpie, I tend to steal the shiny stuff and discard the rest.
Gabriel Noon, Robin Williams, is a writer with his own radio show whose life is unraveling after a painful breakup. While on air, Gabriel connects with Pete, a young fan who claims to be a severely abused, terminally ill teenager. The two strike up an intense emotional bond over the phone, but when Gabriel becomes suspicious that Pete may not exist, he travels to meet Pete's supposed guardian, Donna. What begins as a deeply emotional connection turns into a psychological mystery about truth and deception.
Hi, it's Pete Logan, the guy who wrote that book. Ash gave me a number, so I just wanted to... He said if I talk long enough, you might... Oh, well. Bye.
Not a bad film, mostly because these performances do a lot of the heavy lifting. Toni Collette is especially excellent here. You could feel the loneliness and pain beneath her lies, which makes her far more compelling than the typical villain.
For years, Jess was dying, and you picked over him like a vulture. Stay. And you're so pathetic, you actually think he's gonna come back to you. Oh,
Jesus. Get up.
like you care, you heartless fuck.
Robin Williams also does strong work as well, convincingly portraying that psychological torment of somebody unraveling. The dialogue, it's pretty good.
Okay, where exactly did I tell you I tested positive? Answer the question.
It was in the park, on a bench in front of those guys playing drums.
No, that's what you put in your show. It was at a grimy old deli on 3rd. But that's not very interesting, is it?
And the choice to make the catfishing almost entirely phone-based is genuinely effective. Every phone ring carries this tension and dread. Now, for a thriller like this to work, the audience has to be left guessing, and the night listener kind of shows its cards far too early. It maintains ambiguity for about, 15 minutes before it becomes painfully obvious that Robin Williams is getting catfished.
I think it's the same voice, babe.
What?
Yeah, Pete and Donna. I don't know. They have the same voice. I mean, one is just higher pitched than the other one, but the...
What are you saying, that it's some kind of impersonation?
Yeah, more or less.
Why would someone do that?
I don't know.
Even Robin's character figures it out relatively quickly, meaning most of the film is spent watching him try to emotionally prove something both he and the audience already know.
You have to call the police.
What am I gonna say? Excuse me, officer, but there's this crazy blind lady in Wisconsin who has an imaginary child, and she's upset with me.
This one's tough for me. It's really a shame that this came out right before online catfishing became a really big thing, because, today the story feels far less mysterious than it wants to be. I'm gonna put this above Robots.
Is she alive now? Separate the truth from the jive. Speak to me, oh mystic being. Yes! She's happy and you're in her thoughts.
Is she with another male?
One pebble, one question. Next!
In the animated musical Happy Feet, a young emperor penguin named Mumble is born with the talent for tap dancing instead of singing.
I'm happy, Pa.
What you doing with your feet?
They're happy too.
I wouldn't do that around folks, son.
Why not?
Well, it just ain't penguin, okay?
Okay.
Struggling to find acceptance in his colony, Mumble embarks on a journey of self-discovery, meeting a colorful cast of characters along the way. The first act of Happy Feet is a story that we've all seen 1,000 times. One character's different, then he gets mocked for it, and then it becomes essential when things go wrong. It's basically Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And if they had worked in Yukon Cornelius into this thing, I would have loved it. I would have lost my mind.
Please, son. You can do this. It ain't so hard.
Don't ask me to change, Pa. 'Cause I can't.
Peppermint! What I've been searching for all my life! I've struck it rich!
It's also a jukebox musical using pop hits, which feels a little bizarre until the movie does cleverly explain that we're just hearing the Penguins' songs, translated for us. It's a solid, creative choice. Robin Williams' narration, it's an absolute joy.
Was there any place where one small penguin without a heart song
could ever truly belong.
And his group of misfit penguins is refreshingly sincere for a 2006 movie. I was completely on board.
So why aren't you collecting pebbles? Pebbles, schmebbles, man.
We got personality with a capital Y. Why? Because we're hot.
Watch and learn, tall boy.
And then the movie completely loses its mind. Halfway through, it stops being that fun be-yourself story and becomes an aggressively on-the-nose overfishing PSA. Mumble swims hundreds of miles, gets tranked off screen, and wakes up in the bleakest zoo imaginable. He then witnesses penguins who have lost their spirits. He starts hallucinating and seeing his family, and repeatedly throws a dead fish at a glass wall, and a real-life human watches him like it's performance art. What did I just watch? All of this disturbing behavior is immediately resolved when Mumble tap dances. This makes the humans love him so much that they implant a tracker in his spine, send him home, and wait to see if the penguins dance. If they do, they'll stop overfishing. If they don't, I don't know, I assume carpet bomb. The movie, it's wildly uneven. Mumble often feels less like a character and more of a plot delivery system. The musical numbers kind of clash with the darker moments, and the motion capture penguins can sometimes feel strangely weightless and awkward, almost like I'm watching Food Fight.
How about we get Chef Boyardee to make us a huge feast-amongst dinner? My treat.
Oh, pizza! Great idea! Hey, I'll take it extra. Gotta fly.
See you later, Danny.
That said, not bad. The action sequences feature some of the best camera work in an animated film, and I actually respect that it skips the standard love story to focus on the bigger problem. At first, Happy Feet looks like it's for babies, but then it traumatizes you.
Get up here. I'll come in after you.
It feels like one of those non-Disney 80s kids movies in that way, and I kind of like it. It's messy, it's weird, it's doing something different. I'm putting this just above Toys. I think these two films would make a great, deeply confusing double feature.
But let me tell you the truth. For a lot of people, marriage is like sticking your tongue on a frozen flagpole. Sure, it looks like fun when you see all your friends doing it, so you say, hey, I'll give it a try, just once. Next thing you know, you suck.
Ben Murphy and Sadie Jones are a newly engaged couple who hit a major roadblock. To get married in their chosen church, they must survive the psychological gauntlet of an unconventional premarital counseling program run by Reverend Frank Robin Williams.
A couple of years ago, I instituted a marriage preparation course here.
The course is a prerequisite for any and all marriage ceremonies performed at these grounds.
At the end of the course, if I feel you're unprepared, or you stop the course before completion, I have the right to call off the wedding.
What have Robin Williams movies become? He's pooping! He's pooping! In my last video, I said that 1 Hour Photo might be the most 2002 movie ever made. Well, I think License to Wed is easily the most 2007 movie ever made. It's absolutely packed with all the people from The Office.
Potato skins down!
Jim, where did this mud hole even come from?
What is this letter?
It's an F. I do teach penmanship.
Thank you.
I took his class.
And the whole thing has that smug, sarcastic, dismissive vibe that was everywhere at the time. Even by 2007, though, audiences were getting tired of this gross-out slapstick. And any scene involving those twin robot babies will haunt my nightmares for years to come.
Oh, creepy robot baby. Oh my God.
The performances across the board feel weak and artificial, except for one exception, Robin Williams. because that man was a professional no matter what he was handed. This isn't one of his best performances, but the writing is so bad and the stakes are so low that it would have been impossible for anyone to elevate this material.
My parents' bathroom?
Oh, yeah, and everyone's downstairs having a family dinner.
Exactly, or on the beach.
Oh, under towel. At work. Oh, in the office supply room. Or maybe at your grandmother's house where she's in the kitchen making tea. She can't eat.
Yes! I love it when you get creative like that.
Do you?
Oh, you have no idea, because I love it when you take control.
bet.
It's so sexy.
What do you like about that?
Okay!
The nicest thing I could say is that it's one of those movies that feels like it was more fun to shoot than it was to watch it. It's so lazy. It's one of those movies that takes place in Chicago, but they just show you some B-roll of the city before cutting to what is obviously Los Angeles. I hate it when movies just slap a local baseball team on something and then just pretend that's enough to establish that you're in the city. The hardest they tried is with this shot of a bar with Chicago buildings and the L train going by. You know, it's a beautiful shot, right? Well, except that this bar is located in Los Angeles. Here, you could see the real intersection it's at. So they filmed outside and then added all of this in post. Yeah, it looks pretty good, but I don't know why you go through all that trouble when you could have just shown any random Chicago bar exterior instead. But that's kind of what this movie does. It wastes time on the wrong things. How are you pooping again? Oh no, I'm pooping! You set me off like a car alarm! That's as deep as I'm going to go with my review here because my wife and I already did a full video review on License to Wed, and it's on this channel. So if you want a complete review, go check out that video once you're done here.
It's so weird. I was just thinking about you.
How is that weird? You guys were going to get married and now you're in a big fight.
It's so weird. I was thinking about you right now. You know, because we were supposed to be married by now and I'm on our honeymoon by myself. It's so weird. I was thinking about you.
For me, it's below The Night Listener, just based solely on all the bad acting except for Robin.
Whoa. What name stands out to you on that, huh?
Beach.
It's a good name for a band, but not for a performer. You can't say, please welcome Beach. No, August Rush.
A musical prodigy, Evan August Rush Taylor, runs away from his orphanage to find his parents through the power of music. He meets a street musician named Wizard, Robin Williams, who teaches him to use his talent to survive while looking for his mother and father.
What's your name?
Evan, sir.
What are you doing here?
I followed the music.
August Rush is a lot of storytelling tropes just dialed up to 11, but it's done so poorly that it just feels hollow and empty inside.
Can you hear the music? I can hear it everywhere. In the wind, in the air, in the light. It's all around us.
I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am.
Anytime something important happens in the movie, you hear this guitar cue. That's to let you know magic is happening. I just need to explain the plot of this thing so you can maybe understand why it might be my least favorite Robin Williams movie. It all starts when this gifted classical cellist meets this rock musician.
I've been sitting watching life pass from the sidelines.
Mother of God, it's all toilet sounds.
So these two talents meet at a party and instantly fall in love because they realize that they both have magical music powers, I think. She might. I mean, he definitely doesn't.
The angel says,
I think you invented notes never ever before heard in music on that audition.
It's a magical night, and they end up making love on a rooftop. After being rudely interrupted in the morning. Would it be weird if I laid on the couch now? Is that be weird? That shouldn't be weird. It's normal. I just want to feel the heat. After that interruption, they quickly make vague plans for later.
Meet me here 10 o'clock by the arch.
But that quickly gets squashed when her overprotective father finds out. How many times have I told you, young lady, no more rooftop sex with singers in whiny bands? Off she goes, vague plans ruined. Turns out, though, she's pregos, from all that roof heat. It's not weird anymore, guys. It's not even hot, all right? Oh, that part's wet. 9 months later, during a difficult birth, her father forges adoption papers and tells her that the baby died just so it doesn't affect her cello career. Are you trying to tell me that mothers can't be world-class cello players? And it's not like they don't have the time and money to properly raise a child. Wouldn't it make more sense if she was the poor one instead of the guy? Shh, don't think about it. We need the drama. 11 years later, we meet the kid, Evan. He has grown up in an orphanage his whole life, being rightfully bullied for saying things like, "I can hear the world."
Said knock knock, freak.
Who's there?
Your long-lost mommy and daddy. Can you hear them?
Yes.
Hey kid, I'm from the future. Don't do that Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie. Music in the movie isn't just art. It is treated like a mystical seventh sense. The film wants us to believe that Evan hears music the way that pigeons can see the Earth's magnetic field. Probably because, like a pigeon, he was conceived on a rooftop. Evan runs away to New York City and meets an unhoused man named Wizard, played by Robin Williams. Wizard runs what is essentially a business operation of orphaned music savants. I've seen Robin Williams play a creepy stalker and even a murderer, but in August Rush, he is playing the most vile and despicable character.
But I want to play.
You play when I say play. You breathe when I say breathe. You got that, boy?
But I have to play. Wizard, I need them to hear.
You forgot about your parents. They're pretty quick to forget about you.
It doesn't take long for Wizard to realize that Evan can just look at instruments and instantly know how to play them. Well, not really play them, just kind of slap them around. Hey guys, it's me, Robert Bacon, musical genius. I could see the music in the world, and it's telling me to play this song. So Evan is stuck with this wizard guy who gives him the stage name August Rush. How does Evan escape the evil man? Well, easily. He stays at a church one night, wakes up, plays a giant organ, and boom, discovered. He's fast-tracked to Juilliard, and after what feels like 5 minutes, he's conducting his own orchestral piece in the park.
The New York Philharmonic Orchestra is having a concert. In the history of this school, we have never performed the work of a first-year student, and certainly no one of your age. But now, we've asked them if they could perform your Rhapsody. Would you like that?
No struggle, no failure, no growth. It's all just musical destiny. Let me play you the song of my people. There is a slight struggle when the wizard kidnaps him just so the movie can have conflict for another 10 minutes. But then Evan's pigeon sense starts tingling and he escapes. And he runs to conduct his concert in the park like Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Evan has created the perfect combination of classical music and guitar to lure his mom and dad. Of course, this works, and this attracts his parents like pigeon poop to a car window after it's just been washed. They find each other in this massive crowd, smile at each other, and then the movie just ends. You guys gonna make some more roof heat or what? August Rush, it's so stupid that when it's trying to be emotional, it just comes off as emotionally manipulative. Let's slap this one all the way down to the bottom of the list. I'm even going to give it its own new category. That's how much I hate it. Awfulness. Hated it. Jack, you were close, okay? But August Rush crosses that line for me. Last on the list, hated it.
Theodore Roosevelt at your service. Have we met? Oh, no. There's another Teddy. We have one of you in New York.
Really?
Yeah.
What's he like, this other me?
Oh, he's pretty much the same, except with...
Except what? Say it. Except with a body?
Yes, he has a body.
Oh, dash it, the pig!
Larry Daly is back. Sort of. He's left his night guard job at the museum for a successful corporate career, only to be pulled back into the chaos when his old museum friends are shipped off to the Smithsonian. When the magical tablet of Akhman-Ra is activated at the Smithsonian, it brings exhibits from across history to life on a massive scale, including the villainous Pharaoh Amun-Ra, who plans to use the tablet to conquer the world.
So, if it's not too much trouble, hand it over.
Okay, here you go.
Larry teams up with familiar faces like Teddy Roosevelt, Robin Williams, Jedediah and Octavius, and new historical figures like Amelia Earhart to stop Amun-Ra, save the tablet, and protect his museum friends before dawn breaks.
Can I make one suggestion to you, my friend? Just simplify. There's just too much going on here. You're evil, you're asthmatic, you're a robot. And what is the cape for? Are we going to the opera? I don't think so. Sorry.
Night at the Museum 2 looks, feels, and has the same spirit as the original, so that's a plus. It's actually kind of impressive. Even if I didn't like the first one, they take the original premise and I think successfully scale it up by moving the tablet to the Smithsonian. Instead of a, relatively small generic museum, we're now at the largest museum in the world with seemingly endless access to history, pop culture, and artifacts from across time. And for some reason, the movie thinks that we should focus on this weird and awkward Amelia Earhart love story.
We got about 10 minutes to get over there to Jed.
I think we make a good team. Perhaps more than a team.
Wait. Okay, wait.
What's the matter? You didn't like kissing me?
What happened to the love interest from the last one? Who cares? Have you seen Amy Adams in those pants? Forget what's her name. Focus on Amelia and try not to get lost in those pants.
Damn!
The relationship is so forced and unnatural. She instantly falls for Ben Stiller despite his complete lack of interest. And Amy Adams plays Amelia like a hyperactive 12-year-old chaos newsie.
I want to help you, and not because I like you, which so far I don't, but because I smell adventure. I guess a sassy cephalopod was just a fish who didn't like being out of water. Oh, please stop beating your gums, Mr. Daly. You haven't been able to take your cheaters off my chassis since the moment we met.
It's dumb, unnecessary, and actively distracting. But those pants, though, that said, it's a lot more of the same, except for I will give it credit, it does raise the stakes, and it does land a few genuinely funny jokes.
It's because I'm a woman, isn't it?
No, it's because I've got this ancient race from the dead evil pharaoh guy who's willing to kill me and probably anyone near me to get this tablet so we can rule the world.
So it is because I'm a woman.
I kinda enjoy this one a little bit more than the first one because it takes bigger swings, even if it doesn't fully work for me. But, so I'm gonna put it above the first one, just barely above the first one. I do have to point out, though, that it's not really a Robin Williams movie. He shows up at the beginning and at the end, and he has like a brief cameo as a different Teddy Roosevelt in the middle, but you can't reasonably call this a Robin Williams film. I mean, I'm going to keep it on the list because I think people can be unreasonable, and I just don't want to deal with the comments. You forgot Night at the Museum too! You didn't watch the video.
It's Lane. No, they're just friends, and she's trying to help him out through a tough time. Why am I explaining this to you, Kyle?
Dad, okay, look, it's bad enough being seen with a teacher who's a dad, but being seen with two teachers is AIDS.
Okay, get dressed, put on something nice. If you don't act right at dinner, I'll stab you in the face.
Lance Clayton, Robin Williams, is a struggling high school teacher whose crude, selfish teenage son dies in a humiliating accident. To save his son from embarrassment, Lance stages the scene to look like he took his own life and writes a fake, heartfelt note. But when the letter goes viral, turning his terrible son into a misunderstood poet, Lance leans into the lie to finally get some fame and respect that he's always wanted.
I'm so sick of living a life in fear of being found out for the phony I am. A life where I don't trust anyone's intentions, including my own. Wow, that is really deep. Hard to imagine that it was written by a 15-year-old.
He was an old soul.
When I talked about the big white in the last video, I felt like that one didn't work because none of those characters felt grounded in any kind of world. But World's Greatest Dad is the exact opposite. These characters feel incredibly deep, complex, and sometimes uncomfortably real.
We all have needs, Kyle.
Needs? What are you talking about?
Masturbation is natural.
Oh, you know it's not natural.
What?
Talking about jerking off with your dad. That's not natural.
Don't
Shit.
do that, please, okay?
Why?
Because your feet are dirty.
And too often, movies that are built around a massive lie, the situation spirals out of control in a way that feels forced. But here, it fits perfectly because the film carefully sets up this world and just shows us how shallow and performative and selfish high schoolers can be.
Oh,
Peter.
Don't leave me hanging.
Oh.
I don't know if Kyle ever told you, but he and I were kind of bros. I'm gonna win this game tonight in his honor.
Great, Peter.
And the film tackles heavy, uncomfortable themes of self-worth, identity, and grief. Not just grief for somebody that you lost, but grief for past mistakes and a version of yourself that will never exist.
What's wrong, sweetie?
I know my son was a jerk, but I miss him.
Hey, of course you do. It'll get better.
Doesn't feel like it right now.
Lance and his son are both rejected by society in different ways. But while his son handles that rejection by kind of being an absolute jerk, Lance suppresses it. Robin Williams is the glue that holds the whole movie together, and he delivers a deeply grounded, heartbreaking performance as a father struggling with guilt, reality, and a son who just treated him terribly.
Oh, wow, sweet, got it for you.
Sweet. Not that sweet. It's not the biggest one. What, Dad? We're gonna go home and hook this up.
What about going to the movies?
Well, Dad, we'll go to dinner later.
Okay, fine.
Oh, what are you going to do, Mr. Clayton?
Oh, probably go to the movies by myself, Andrew.
Andrew, what are you doing?
And I have to mention that if you tell somebody that you watched this movie, they'll always say, oh, that's the one where you see Robin Williams' Ding Dong. And yeah, you see it head on in its full glory. But after watching all these Robin Williams movies, I'm actually surprised by how many times you see his Ding Dong. The man just wasn't shy about nudity. World's Greatest Dad is not perfect, but considering how uncomfortable these themes are, it's amazing how well it works for a comedy.
So Lance, if you should start to talk about your son and begin to cry or well up, just go with it. Don't be ashamed, okay?
Yeah.
And if you cry, look up.
No, look down, please.
Don't look down, look up.
Can you look down?
Don't tuck your chin.
Oh, so...
Okay? And above all, don't be nervous.
It's definitely not a film for everybody, you know. Some people will have this way lower on their list, while other people with darker senses of humor might have it in their top 5. For me, below Jumanji. I love the risks it takes. I love how dark and funny it is, but it's definitely not a feel-good movie.
Do the sports marketing? Yeah, sports marketing, yeah! Sports marketing, make the deal. Yeah!
That's bear scat, gentlemen.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
What if I told you that there was a Robin Williams and John Travolta movie that features a fake gorilla holding Seth Green hostage, nightmare fuel CGI face filters, an incontinent dying dog, and has Robin Williams basically doing brownface? You might ask, well, what is this movie even about? And the answer is, allegedly, learning to be a father.
Oh, I love penguins. Me too.
Two longtime best friends and business partners, Dan and Charlie, are trying to save their struggling marketing firm. Just as things get complicated, Dan discovers that he has twins from a past relationship, and he's suddenly forced into single fatherhood when their mom goes to jail.
Because there's one other small detail.
What is it?
Daddy! You guys weren't supposed to be back for 45 minutes.
Dad?
Oh, hey, look who's panicking again.
This movie has such an unnecessarily complex and dumb setup just to arrive at a story that it doesn't want to tell. The mom hid the existence of these children for years and then dumps them on him when she has to go to jail, and the movie presents her like she's a saint while completely ignoring the serious ethical issues here.
I'm ready to put these back together. All I need is your hat.
I'm going to jail.
What?
Tomorrow.
The film pretends like the kids are the emotional core, but they are barely in it. They exist purely to shuttle the plot from one bad set piece to the next. The kids act like toddlers, the adults act like they've been suffering from acute oxygen deprivation, and nobody behaves like an actual human being at any point.
Man, this is my crib, man. This is where I get down. This is where I seek the 3 points. This is where I throw the TD. This isn't for kids, man.
The formula quickly becomes something horrible happens to Robin, everyone laughs. Something horrible happens to John, everyone laughs. That's the movie. Instead of focusing on Robin Williams learning to become a dad, an absurd amount of time is spent on the cartoonish business subplot that goes nowhere. Seth Green's character, he exists solely to go to Japan and screw up the deal. Why? So the movie can have a fake gorilla hold him hostage. They really thought that this gorilla bit was the funniest thing in the world. They even made it the movie poster. But guess what? It has no impact on the story. It just goes on forever and never heightens any of the jokes. But when the kids demand to go camping, we get a few laughs.
Psst. Hey, you remind me of that old dude who stole my girlfriend.
What?
I promised myself I wouldn't. Yeah, you, Mr. Waller Hair.
Okay, kids. Who wants to have some fun?
Yeah!
Let's go dig a hole.
I don't really understand how this campground works. Did the writers think a summer camp and family camping are the same thing? Get outside, guys. It doesn't matter, because if this was the whole movie, this camp stuff, it would have been 1,000 times better. But we don't have time for a full camping movie. We have to show the audience this haunted imagery.
Do you think this is funny?
He thinks it's funny.
Everyone agrees in their own way.
We now live in a world with tons of goofy face filters. But in 2009, this movie thought nightmare fuel CGI smiles were comedy gold, baby. The setup here is that Robin and John's pills get mixed up, and this is apparently one of the side effects. She turned into the Joker. Does this make you uncomfortable? It should. I guarantee you Parker Finn saw this movie, and it inspired him to make those smile movies. Except for he screwed up, because this is more terrifying. The film thinks this joke is so good, they decide to end the film by showing us this.
Big smiles, let's look real happy. Today, Craig. Maybe not quite so happy.
This is a cursed image. What did they do to this baby? What is happening to this woman's face? And how is John Travolta still the creepiest one in this shot? Anyone who likes this movie, I dare you to look at this still frame and tell me this is a good film. You are insane.
Circle time?
Yeah, it's when the whole group gathers together and shares their grief.
Oh. Hey guys, I'll be back. I gotta go to circle time.
Oh, I almost forgot. They call this movie Old Dogs, and it features an old dog that is close to death, but its only personality trait is it's incontinent. This is deeply unfunny. This dog only exists in the plot so they could kill it off to get Robin and John back together at the dog's funeral.
And where was I when he was breathing his last breath? In Japan, making a business deal.
That is a bold move. So obviously this movie, not for me. It's not as bad as August Rush, but that just says how horrible August Rush is. I'm putting this one below Jack, Old Dogs, lazy, horribly written. It's rotten to its core. I do know this movie has fans. My wife told me that she liked it, and I responded accordingly.
You, me, beautiful egg, now.
You, me, fat chance.
I have a chance, and it's fat!
The first Happy Feet, was uneven, but at least it was interesting and it took big risks. Happy Feet 2 takes even bigger risks, but it's so frantic and relentlessly busy that it becomes genuinely exhausting to watch. I'm going to try to say the basic plot in one breath. The plot is basically about an iceberg trapping the penguins so they starve, but then Mumble's son has an identity issue, and then other penguins bring fish, but then the water freezes, and humans show up to help, but then they leave because of a storm, and then there's a puffin pretending to be a penguin so he can make roof heat, and somehow the only ones who can save them are a group of krill challenging the social order of the ocean.
What lies beyond the swarm? More swarm. And then, some more swarm. And then, Will, there's nothing but swarm. We are a swarm without end. Everything's got an end. See? I end here. That is not a happy ending.
This is one of those movies where it's like, hey, problem solved, but that made more problems. Oh, another problem coming up here. Oh, we solved that one, but now this one. The story, it's basically just a series of dead ends. Nothing builds, nothing pays off, and very little feels earned.
They have abandoned us!
Everybody! The sea is frozen over! Yeah? Impossible for aliens to return!
The most enjoyable part of the movie is the Krill B-plot. That's insane to say out loud. The Krill story actually has momentum and personality, and it could have been a genuinely fun film if the movie committed to it. Instead, it's underdeveloped, it's loosely connected to the main plot, and it's powered mostly by random coincidence.
Is that you?
Of course it's me.
Can't you tell? No, not if we all look the same.
I don't.
Well, we are Krill. We are meant to look the same. Not me, Bill. There's only one of me in all the world. I am one in a trillion.
I like the camera movement in the first film, but here it just doesn't stop moving. The songs, they don't help either. They're weaker than the first films, and they feel shoved in because, that's what we did last time. Not because the story needs them. I don't even know how to categorize this movie. It's an animated sci-fi film about penguins and krill, told through motion capture, featuring live-action humans, framed like a non-fiction environmental story. It's doing everything and nothing at the same time. It's a sequel that doesn't improve upon the original, and if anything, it makes it worse. So I'm going to put Happy Feet 2 just above Man of the Year. And there is a very good reason why there is no Happy Feet 3.
I met a man.
That's terrific, Nikki. I'm ecstatic for you.
What? You sound mad.
Yeah, I guess I am. I am mad.
Why?
Been asking you out for years, and I realize I'm just your neighbor.
Roger, you were Garrett's friend.
So what? He's dead.
This movie is billed as a psychological thriller, but there's no thrills. In fact, it wants to be Vertigo so badly that they actually just put a Vertigo movie poster in the background just to remind you that you could be watching a much better movie. Nikki is a widow who encounters Tom, a man who bears an uncanny resemblance to her late husband. They look exactly alike.
I thought I saw him today.
Who?
Garrett.
What do you mean? That's...
At the museum. Looked like him anyway. He walked right by me. Was a double.
Instead of, seeking therapy, she secretly dates him while hiding the fact that he's a dead ringer for her deceased spouse.
It's beautiful. You built a beautiful house.
I built it for you. Beautiful house.
Thank you.
Who's the architect?
My husband, actually.
To make a thriller work, you need tension. This movie, it ruins its own mystery by showing us the resemblance immediately. We don't wonder why she's hiding the relationship. We already know. The only thrill here is just waiting for Nikki to finally tell the truth.
You must be Summer. I'm Tom.
I know, I know. I just couldn't believe it when I saw him. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
And while you wait for that, the film subjects you to flat, uninspired cinematography. You end up staring at the same few rooms over and over again, distracted by oddly jarring color correction issues that are never explained.
It's on the wall by the bar.
Well, it's you. It must be you.
But the absolute worst part for me, that ending. After a whole movie of Nikki being selfish and manipulative and completely dishonest, she is rewarded with perfect emotional closure that nobody else gets.
These are all new. Just in the last year, since you.
All of these? What happened?
Oh, well, he'd been sick for a long time,
He never told me.
We're supposed to accept that she's healed because Tom loved her so much that he secretly painted her over and over before he died. Why is she being presented like the hero here? The only saving grace of this movie is the acting's really good. The performances are incredibly strong across the board, despite the film feeling like it had little or no direction. Robin Williams is outstanding as Nicky's neighbor.
Are you gonna try and see him again, you know?
To say what? Excuse me, sir. You happen to be a double for my dead husband. Can I buy you a drink?
Yeah, that's right. It's a little creepy.
He communicates his entire character's history purely through quiet, grounded micro-expressions. But it's still, you know, it's a thriller with no thrills, and I really hated that ending, so I'm gonna put it slightly above Final Cut. Yeah, I mean, no one's seen this. No one's gonna get mad.
Does it mean slam into my car? Is that what it means? It was yellow. Oh, yellow! Oh, yellow like your cab? Or yellow like a daffodil, like a pretty little daffodil? Does daffodil mean step on the gas and hit my car in your country?
Imagine being told that you only have 90 minutes to live. Now imagine that your doctor only gave you that specific time limit because she impulsively glanced at a cooking magazine on her desk.
A number. I'm not leaving here till I get a goddamn number.
90
90 what?
minutes.
That's your professional opinion.
That is the actual inciting incident in the Angriest Man in Brooklyn. And it only gets dumber from there. Henry Altman, Robin Williams, is a cantankerous man who embarks on a chaotic journey across Brooklyn to set his affairs in order and confront his own morality after receiving this ridiculous fake diagnosis from his doctor, played by Mila Kunis.
Any instructions?
Make sure that he remains calm, nothing that raises his blood pressure.
Like?
Anger.
And you've met my brother?
In animation, there's this principle called anticipation. You know, it prepares the audience for an action, so, you know, it feels more believable. You know, like when a character does something like this before they run. This movie has zero anticipation, so nothing feels earned. It just feels like things just happen. Henry believes this absurd 90-minute diagnosis for no reason, just to get the plot started. But the movie immediately undercuts itself when he repeatedly says that he doesn't believe it.
You want to know what happens in 90 minutes? That's 6:22. 6:22 p.m. I'm going to be alive. I'm going to be having a beer, and I'm going to be smiling. I'm going to be smiling because you will have been fired. That's right. I'm calling the CEO of this HMO and getting your pouty little ass canned.
If he doesn't believe it, then why is he sprinting around New York trying to fix his life, huh? Why? This artificial 90-minute ticking clock actively works against the film. It's hard to relax, it's hard to laugh, it's impossible to get emotionally invested because you know the whole thing's a sham. The script, it does the cast no favors.
When I say stay calm, I mean calm! Is that so damn hard to understand?
No, not at all.
Then get in the damn car!
Especially Mila Kunis, who is completely miscast and never feels like a medical student who would realistically chase Robin Williams around Brooklyn all day. Even the emotional beats, they fail horribly. In a flashback where Henry finds out that his son died, this happens. Did you see that? Is that guy smirking? Hey, your kid died. Womp womp. But the worst part is it's one of those films that actively sabotages its own actors by taking away what they do best. James Earl Jones has one of the most iconic voices in cinema history.
Let me guess. You like Star Wars.
So what does this movie do? They give him a deliberate stutter just to slow Robin Williams down.
Panasonic or the Fujitsu.
I mean, I know it's a joke about how when James Earl Jones was little, he had a stutter, but like not that many people know or care about it, and it's kind of annoying. I would rather just hear him talk. It feels good. They also throw in a Louis C.K. cameo that has aged like milk that's been sitting in the sun while pigeons poop on it. This movie is really bad, and I don't know who it's for, so I'm gonna put it below Old Dogs, right? Because with Old Dogs, I can at least understand how someone might enjoy the dumb, chaotic nonsense. Still, I think it's technically better than August Rush, only because I didn't have to sit through 20 minutes of guitar slapping.
He's not a pervert.
Guy who exposes himself to a bustle of old folks on their way to Oneida Bingo. What the hell should I call him if not pervert? friggin' pillar of the community.
I've explained the situation to you 100 times.
In Dave's defense, he was drunk.
Very.
And in his second defense, someone double dog dared him to do it.
Okay, this one really hurts to say because it was released after Robin's passing, but A Merry Frickin' Christmas might be the most vile piece of garbage that I've seen on this list.
The hell you doing back there, buddy?
Waiting on Santa Claus?
Aren't you getting a little old for Santa Claus?
I'm 5.
It's all a sham, Boyd. The whole goddamn deal. I'm the only Santa you're ever gonna know. If you know the truth, it's easier to get through it all.
This movie confuses just horribleness and meanness as comedy, and it just makes it awful to sit through. Boyd Mitchler is a tightly wound dad forced to spend the holidays with his chaotic, emotionally neglectful, alcoholic father, played by Robin Williams. Despite Boyd's best efforts, the visit instantly devolves into deeply toxic family interactions.
What war, Mom? I mean, he fell out of the back of a Humvee during basic training and was discharged.
He got a head injury serving his country.
Comedy! When Boyd realizes that he's left his son's presents at home, he and his toxic father embark on a frantic overnight road trip filled with bitter arguments and painful father-son reckoning.
As long as we're being honest with each other, yes, I was embarrassed of you in that photograph. You were wearing that filthy handicrafter t-shirt for a family portrait.
More comedy! By Christmas morning, both men are forced to confront their deeply broken pasts, their expectations of each other, and the trauma that they both inherited.
My whole life, I've never been your kind of man. A man's man, a real man. Well, let's see who the real man is now. Hold on!
Where's the comedy? You know, I don't really even want to talk about this one. It's just gross and it's a negative slog. Jack at least looks and feels like a real movie. Old Dogs is a fever dream and it takes huge swings, even if it misses like every time. This film, just vile. Hate it.
Prison these days is not half bad. So listen, I will take the heat. I mean, come on now. It's the least I can do, being shit-faced and emotionally abusive most of your childhood.
I didn't laugh a single time. It's the only movie I didn't laugh a single time in. It's a movie that you feel like you should take a shower after you watch it. Boo, man. I don't care. I'm putting it above August Rush. I hate August Rush. Ew.
I don't even know your name.
Leo.
I'm Nolan. That's my mother's maiden name. She died 6 months ago. I was holding her hand. It's weird, she was just like people leave, but with some people it just doesn't seem fair.
Nolan Mack, Robin Williams, is a 60-year-old bank employee stuck in a joyless marriage, going through the motions of a life that he feels nothing for. His suppressed identity finally cracks when he forms a secret relationship with Leo, a young male sex worker.
So are you married?
I love her.
You love her?
Yeah. I do.
Boulevard feels a lot like The Night Listener, a small-scale film with a limited cast that hints at this massive emotional depth that it never quite gets to.
Well, I have a theory about fine wine, which is that
do tell.
nobody really knows or even likes it. Or opera, or
Foreign movies. No. Yes.
The script kind of misses the point of the whole movie. The movie, it seems interested in these themes of repression and people running from who they really are, yet it fixates entirely on Nolan's misguided attempt at intimacy with Leo. Nolan doesn't even want intercourse. He just wants to be held.
I'd rather just look at you. You're very nice to look at. Would that be okay?
And, that suggests this deep trauma, but the film doesn't get to fully explore it, and Leo is barely fleshed out as a character. I don't think that the relationship with the sex worker should have been the whole movie. I think it should have just been like the inciting incident, something wrapped up by the end of the first act so the film could actually focus on the most interesting part, his marriage. The times that this film works are the moments where Nolan is forced to confront his wife, Joy. They have the conversation that they've both been avoiding for years, admitting that they were never truly happy, just comfortable playing their assigned roles. When Nolan finally delivers a monologue about waiting 60 years for permission to be himself, it is emotionally devastating.
Then what is it that you want? Please, you won't even try.
Try? What do you think I've been doing all these years? Going to that job day after day, form after form, all to keep up this ridiculous pretense.
Is that what I am to you? A
No,
ridiculous
you're not.
pretense!
No, you're not. It's just over.
These scenes here are the heart of the movie, and watching Robin play somebody who's so sad and confused, it's heartbreaking. It's easy to see why this character spoke to him and why he picked this role. This one's hard. I think Boulevard is stronger than The Night Listener. They're both cut from the same cloth, so I'm just going to put it right there. Together, they make the strangest, bleakest Robin Williams double feature imaginable.
Sir Lancelot, at your service.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States of America. I have no idea what that means.
I'm Larry, and this is my son, Nick.
You have a noble face, Nick.
The entire conflict of Night at the Museum 3 boils down to just one very simple thing.
That thing is dying, okay? If it doesn't get moonlight, everything ends.
You just gotta take the tablet outside every now and then and, give it some moonlight. That's it. That's how you solve the biggest problem in this movie. It feels weird because, the film drags us across the globe to a British museum so Rebel Wilson can make out with Ben Stiller in a caveman outfit, only for moonlight, something you can get anywhere, to be the answer.
Stop looking at me! What, have you never seen a beautiful, attractive, gorgeous woman before who could be a model if she didn't love pizza so much? I know what you're playing at, and it ain't working. Not working.
So the plot is, Larry Daly realizes that the magical tablet that brings the museum to life is malfunctioning, so he travels to London with his historical friends to find some answers.
Go fetch!
Lawrence?
Yeah.
May I suggest a different plan?
What?
So some good news first. They realized that a series about a museum that comes to life at night doesn't need a half-baked love story. The bad news is that they replaced it with several other half-baked storylines, so it goes basically nowhere. There's a pointless opening flashback, forced father-son coming-of-age arc, and the aforementioned Neanderthal romance. And it all just culminates in a big party dance scene at the end, so your dumb little baby brain leaves the theater thinking, wow, what a fun time I had. Do you want to know what the best joke in this whole movie is? Our heroes are trapped in a miniature Pompeii model, and the volcano erupts, and they're cornered, and the monkey comes and pees out the fire. That's peak comedy right there. Fortunately, Robin Williams is actually in this one quite a bit more than the second film, so I can comfortably count this as a real Robin Williams movie. As always, he's warm, funny, and he's just effortlessly charming. The main story here is, it's easily the weakest of the trilogy, but I gotta give credit where credit's due. They do a solid job of wrapping this whole series up.
It's time for your next adventure.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do tomorrow.
How exciting.
The final 15 minutes of this film, I feel like they're genuinely good, and that's coming from somebody who doesn't really like this series. I found the goodbye to these characters surprisingly heartfelt. Robin Williams' farewell especially. That one hit me hard, man. I got choked up.
Farewell, Lawrence.
Bully! No! Gotcha! Smile, my boy. It's sunrise.
This is still the weakest film in the franchise, but I'm gonna say that it's better than House of D, though it's not quite as good as Ferngully. What a thing to say. There it is, everybody. There is my list.
Now what?
That concludes my list of 50 Robin Williams films where he was the main character. That is 5,290 minutes of film, or About 88 hours. You know, usually finishing a huge marathon like this leaves me feeling relieved, but honestly, I'm sad it's over. Out of all 50 movies, including the fever dreams, the robot babies, the weird marketing disasters, there's one undeniable truth. Robin Williams never once phoned it in. He gave every single role his absolute all, taking massive swings when he could have easily just coasted on being, the funny guy. He is, without hesitation, my favorite actor of all time, and the joy that he left behind is incredible. But here's the thing. We're not actually done. I only covered the movies where he's the main characters. There's a whole vault of films that I have to go through. And so I'm already working on a follow-up video covering all the weird, forgotten Robin Williams projects that didn't meet this list criteria, like that obscure 1986 film Seize the Day, or his return in the third Aladdin movie. There's a moment in the third Aladdin movie, Aladdin and the King of Thieves, where I knew Robin Williams was back, but something felt missing. Not metaphorically missing, like literally missing. And then I realized, it's Raja, Jasmine's tiger, nowhere to be found. Aladdin and Jasmine are finally getting married, and in one of the biggest emotional events in this entire trilogy, the flower cat didn't even RSVP. There are a lot of strange and fascinating things about Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And the deeper you go, the stranger it gets. Because this isn't just a random sequel. This movie exists to end an entire Aladdin universe that a lot of people forgot even existed.
The third and final chapter of the exciting trilogy, Aladdin and the King of Thieves.
After the first Aladdin became a massive hit, Disney made The Return of Jafar. Now, this wasn't a theatrical sequel, but a direct-to-video movie designed to launch the Aladdin TV series. The Aladdin TV show ran for 3 seasons and 86 episodes, first appearing on the Disney Channel afternoon block.
Darn sink's clogged up worse than my arteries after eating a 4-pound chili dog.
And this movie, The King of Thieves, was created as its grand finale, which explains why the movie starts with a wedding.
Oh, look, there's Osiris. Oh, Osiris! Osiris, can we have a word with you?
But the real story behind this movie actually starts years earlier with how Robin taking the role of the genie would lead to an eventual feud with Disney.
I don't care what I am. I'm free!
And we'll get there. But first, we need to understand the plot of Aladdin 3 Daddy Issues.
If my father were here.
Well, little buddy, if your father were here, he'd be as proud of you as I am.
Instead of another wish-granting lamp, the movie introduces a magical oracle rod that answers any question. That's one question, singular.
I am bound by the rule of one. One question, one answer.
I actually really like this, and I think it's a real fun magical object that can be used to explore every character's deepest desires. Oh, never mind, sorry. I forgot this thing is only used 3 times.
With all the other great stuff, why go for this thing?
Why didn't everyone get a turn? No one even tries to use it in between. That would have been incredible. What would Abu ask?
Will I get my own movie about me being a genius monkey that can solve chalkboard hallway math equations? And then Robin Williams is my therapist?
It's not your fault.
I know.
No, you don't. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I mean, just having this truth rod around is enough for the whole movie. Like, what happens if the genie uses the truth rod? There's no time for that, you fool, because the truth rod tells Aladdin, hey, BT Dubs, you know your dad that you think is dead? Yeah, he's actually alive. Yeah. So, okay, ask me any one question. The question could be about anything, anything. I mean, maybe you want to know where your dad is. I mean, I know I would. I mean, that kind of question would haunt me. But it could be a question about anything, you know, including your dad. You could ask me something like, where can I find all the truth rods in the world so I could ask more questions? Or maybe the dad thing, I don't know. That is tempting. The cat's in the cradle. But again, it's any question you want. Doesn't have to be about the father who abandoned you. It could be about, like, what would more of Abu Will hunting look like?
Do you like bananas?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got a number. How do you like them bananas?
Of course, Aladdin asks about his dad, and the truth rod leads Aladdin to his long-lost father, a deadbeat dad who turns out to be the king of thieves. And not just the 40 thieves, the top 40 thieves.
Trick tease and the weekly top 40. Yeah.
In order to make it into the top 40 thieves, because resumes weren't invented yet, you have to challenge a member. And what does challenging a member entail? You fight to the death, and if you win, you get their place.
Oh, the challenge is simple enough. Only one man survives. You're my son. You'll be that man.
This completely derailed my brain while watching it. I couldn't stop thinking, who did that guy kill to get into the top 40? Ooh, who did that guy kill? Wow, who lost to this idiot? Are these three guys brothers? Triplets? Russian nesting dolls? Did they have to kill 3 guys to get in? Have these 3 guys had 5 guys? We also get Baby Aladdin.
Your father's a man who taught you who you are. Mine was never there.
Adorable. Except for this one shot that looks like a meme that hasn't been discovered yet.
Who's that?
It's my mother.
You have her eyes.
Anyway, this is where we learn that his father abandoned the family because he wanted to become the king of a criminal empire for money.
I knew exactly what I wanted for my family. The best. I couldn't give up and go back empty-handed. I am the one who knocks.
Okay, cool, that's fine. Still didn't want to, swing by? A letter, maybe? Even Heisenberg went home for breakfast.
Veggie bacon. We're watching our cholesterol.
This guy is a bad dad, even if he is a thirst trap. The 40 Thieves hideout isn't far. It seems to be like a short horse ride out of town, so he could have easily seen his son. Also, remember, to get into the 40 Thieves, you gotta kill somebody. So I think it's safe to assume that Aladdin's dad had to kill the king of the 40 Thieves to become king.
I tried to block out the memories.
Say no more. Not another word on the subject.
Now this is where the movie starts to get interesting for me, because we could finally talk about the most important character, the genie. And not just because the genie shows up with big ol' heavy ones.
It's a bachelor party, big boy! It's a bachelor party, big boy!
So for the first Aladdin movie, the genie was designed specifically with Robin Williams in mind.
And as we wrote our first version of the script, that was one of the key ideas there, was that the genie was kind of a transforming stand-up comedian, very much like Robin Williams.
The only problem was they had to sell the idea to him, because right at the point where they had a meeting with him, he was just 1 week off the set of Hook, and he was already scheduled to start filming Toys. This was one of the busiest times in Robin's life, so they'd have to get creative to also get him to do Aladdin this year.
Took a little stretch of comedy off the album as a sales pitch, really. Did some animation to it.
But first, before we do the play, I'd like to talk about the very serious subject of schizophrenia. No, he doesn't. Shut up, let him talk!
Obviously, this worked because we got Robin Williams as the genie, and he's absolutely perfect for the role. The genie doesn't sleep. He doesn't slow down. After centuries of being trapped in a lamp, he's just happy to be talking to literally anybody. That is the perfect Robin Williams role.
Sir, there are a few addendas, some quid pro quos.
Don't talk back to me, you big blue lout!
So Disney literally created this character for Robin, and they really, really wanted him. They also didn't want to pay him, because capitalism is the best. I'm not upset about anything. Fine, I'm fine. Not that Robin Williams really needed the money. I mean, he was making $8 million per movie at this point. But Disney wanted him to work for scale, which is roughly about $500 a day at the time. And Robin accepted, mostly because he really wanted to be in a Disney movie for his kids.
Do you want to talk about when she goes off and we did that one where we thought, oh, I'm not doing this. I can't do this. How can you do this? You fickle creature.
And then you catch on to the fact that she's putting on an act.
She's acting!
So what happened next has been covered heavily. It's also been covered a lot on a lot of YouTube channels. So I'm just going to give you the abridged version.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Robin, what a surprise.
You can imagine my surprise when I was driving down Alameda this morning and I saw a bus shelter.
Ew, did you see poor people?
No, Jeffrey. I saw a big blue Los Angeles bus shelter shaped like the genie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd see that.
Jeffrey, do you remember our agreement?
The tontine?
Not that, our Aladdin agreement.
Oh, yes, we can't use your name on any of the marketing materials. There's no name on that bus stop. We even covered up the bus stop names.
But the genie is only supposed to be 25% of the marketing materials.
Oh, and the genie's 100% of the bus stop. Okay, I'm sorry. Must have been a marketing mistake.
Also, I got a letter from the Golden Globe saying that I've won a Special Achievement Award. What's going on with that?
Ooh, I pulled some strings and got the genie a Golden Globe.
Why would you do that?
So we can market Aladdin with it.
But you can't use my name.
I can, if it's referring to your Golden Globe win. A loophole, ja!
It's like you just try to be unlikable.
No, it really just comes naturally.
You know what? Forget this. I hate this. I'm never working for you or Disney ever again.
Well, I'm gonna work for Disney forever. I love it here.
And scene. So that's why he's not in the second Aladdin movie. But what slob off the street are they gonna use instead of Robin for the return of Jafar? You might have heard of him.
Yeah, let's start with you, Dan. Do you mind if we take a little stroll through all the different characters?
Yes.
Can you give us a little Homer, maybe?
Yeah, all right, a little Homer. You probably have a romantic dinner for two planned. You don't need a big blue lug gumming up the works.
You rubbed? You must like me. You really, really like me.
The genie was recast with Dan Castellaneta, a legend in the business. But even though the talent is clearly there, we all know that Genie was literally written for Robin Williams. So Dan, he can't win. Even though I think he does a fine job. It's a good job.
You shall be the one I pluck, boy.
That could have gone worse.
He also does the voice in the TV series, and I remember liking the Aladdin cartoon during afternoon programming. Do I want to revisit it now? Nah, not really.
Genie, I missed you.
Oh, shucks, it's great to be back. Sorry I didn't bring you anything.
I was being pulled in so many directions, I didn't know what to get you.
Some memories should remain emotionally remastered by childhood. So, how is Robin Williams in the third movie when he said, he's like, I'm not going to do any more movies for you? What happened? How'd that happen? That part's, it's simple. There was leadership change. Katzenberg was shipped off to the swamp to Shrek it up, and then Disney just publicly apologized to Robin, and that's it. That's all he needed to return. I'm back, baby! And suddenly, this direct-to-video sequel had something that others don't. Momentum.
Al, if you want a winner, just be yourself.
Watching it now, I found myself less focused on the story and more just listening to Robin Williams talk.
Listen to Genie, dear. Genie knows. You've got to get your mind off this incessant waiting.
The impressions, the non sequiturs, references that I didn't fully understand. I had to look them up.
Trying to show him a better life wasn't stupid, Al.
Leaving him alone with the parrot, that was stupid.
And somehow, for me, that's all I really needed to make this movie work. I mean, I've entered the Robin Williams endgame now, so I'm basically just trying to enjoy every last bit of them I can. The music in it, though, that makes it hard to enjoy.
No earrings that are tasteless or gaudy.
You're going to look gorgeous when I get through.
There's a party here in Agrabah.
I would say it's not as good as Ferngully. And if you watched my Good Morning Robin series, you already know my stance on that.
I rock and I tremble, my brain is scrambled.
And I swear there's two songs that sound like Friend Like Me. One is similar, the opening number.
There's a party here in Agrabah. Guests are filling up the room. Let me take your order, jot it down. You ain't never had a friend like me.
But the other, it's basically the same song.
And if you like to work,
you're gonna love this work.
Welcome to the party thieves. You ain't never had a friend like me.
Which means this just proves you could plagiarize yourself. That's fine, I guess. Speaking of plagiarizing yourself, there are also tons of Disney references just scattered throughout. Most of these aren't even jokes, they're just acknowledgments. But combined with the lower budget animation style, everything kind of feels a little dreamlike. And at this point, you've probably noticed that the animation is not as good as the first movie because you have what scientists refer to as eyes. But there is some great animation here, even though, sometimes things do get a little bit wonky. It's mostly with Aladdin. Like, what are with these eyes? This derpy Aladdin.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
This was animated by the Disney TV team with way less time than a feature film, so of course it's not going to look as good as the first. But there are some genuinely beautiful shots in this movie. And I know what you're thinking, beautiful shots? Not what I've seen so far. So to prove it, I went through the whole movie and pulled my favorite animations. And then when I was looking through them, they really give off this 90s synthwave kind of vibe. So I made this music video to show off the animation. With all these shots together, you could really see how beautiful this movie can be sometimes. I hope you enjoy it.
Open Sesame!
See? I wasn't lying. There are a few great shots in this movie. Oh, and Raja, the tiger, does finally show up at the end of the film for a fraction of a second. You could see Raja's head right here. And then, a couple times walking down the aisle. So unless you're a huge Raja fan, like me, for a Disney sequel, it's not that bad. It's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad. But I really enjoyed myself. Mostly because I enjoyed hearing Robin Williams again.
Somebody rub the lamp! Somebody rub the lamp! Oh, I feel it!
The whole point of Aladdin and the King of Thieves was to give this full series a proper send-off and goodbye. So, how does it do for a send-off for all these characters? Well, I think the first one already did such a great job.
All of you, come over here! Big group hug! Group hug! Ooh.
But considering that they went forward with a second movie to kick off a new TV series, things could have ended much worse.
Come to say goodbye?
I already said my goodbyes. Of course, the monkey had a cry, and that got me going.
The first movie ends with Aladdin and Jasmine starting their relationship together, so it makes sense to end this movie on them getting married. They even bookend it with the merchant from the first film. I thought that this was really nice, a nice touch. And let's take a look at the last time that we see these characters. Here is the last that we see of the Sultan and our beloved Raja. I would also say that this is the last time that we saw Abu, but we all know what came out after this.
I know you've been thinking about it. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You hoping to get a good night kiss?
I'm telling you, I was hoping to get good night love.
That is also the last time that we see Genie as himself, but technically the last time we see him is when he's 4 women trying to catch a bouquet. This is the last shot of the magic carpet. Here is the last shot of Iago, where you could see his face. And Dad Aladdin's final shot is probably one of the coolest, but the most interesting one is the last shot of Aladdin and Jasmine. Did you catch that? That is a very suggestive eyebrow. Safe to say that these two had a kid, or at least tried. I think they did a pretty good job of wrapping everything up, all things considered. That's all this movie is here for, and if you watch it with that in mind, it's pretty enjoyable. I'm glad I watched this one, and I'm continuing my Robin Williams journey. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next episode, and let me know which Robin Williams movie you think I should cover next, because I'm already working on his final film appearance. Absolutely Anything that came out in 2014. That movie has a very interesting story behind it. What if I told you that this...
Why do I always end up with the control freaks?
And this...
The Earthling would be capable of doing absolutely anything.
...are the exact same movie. What if I also told you that this movie was in development for 20 years?
Yeah, we've been writing it for 20 years.
About 20 years. I think every good script should have at least 2 decades worth of effort put into it.
What if I also told you that this could be technically considered a Monty Python reunion movie? I mean, that's so many things to tell you, but still, what if I also told you that this bizarre, tonally confused comedy features the very last movie performance of Robin Williams?
Can't I join in the conversation just a little bit?
No.
That is so cruel.
This is Absolutely Anything, a 2015 British independent film that has one of the most fascinating and frustrating production histories in all of Robin Williams' filmography. Honestly, it's a miracle this thing was even made at all. Now, to understand why this movie looks so visually jarring, you have to look at the 2 resources that drive every film: time and money. The concept of Absolutely Anything was originally inspired by the H.G. Wells short story, The Man Who Could Work Miracles. The script was co-written by Monty Python's Terry Jones and Gavin Scott, and it actually sat in a desk drawer for 2 decades. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy author Douglas Adams even read an early draft in the late 90s and told them that the scenes with the talking dog were the funniest parts of the whole thing.
Rational thinking creatures still have desires.
Oh, well, we can soon deal with that.
No! No, don't take my desires away from me.
Why not?
They're what makes my life worth living. Biscuits, shagging.
I don't think I like your conversation.
But the movie just kept stalling out in development hell. The biggest hurdle it hit was in 2003 when Bruce Almighty came out. Hollywood executives thought the guy that gets godlike powers market was suddenly too saturated, especially since Bruce Almighty also features a guy trying to advance his career, win over the girl, and deal with potty training a dog.
Oh, you're done now. Great. Beautiful.
But it wasn't until 2010 that producer Mike Medavoy called Terry Jones and asked him what scripts he'd been hiding in the bottom of his drawer, and that finally resurrected the project. But this is an independent film with a really tight budget, so they had to move fast. They shot the live-action human scenes in just 37 days. That's barely over 5 weeks. So because they're rushing, the filmmaking basically went into survival mode. You get pretty flat lighting, sitcom blocking, and safe, simple camera angles that make the live action parts, they look more like they were shot for like a made-for-TV Hallmark movie.
Grant, I appreciate that you like me.
Like?
Like? What do you think, I'm one of these cardboard cutouts? Like? No. Adulate. Worship.
But then, the movie goes to outer space.
We may not want to destroy the species.
Oh, you kidding?
445,349,722 new alien species encountered. Number granted membership of the intergalactic community of superior beings, 0.
We have high standards.
Suddenly, you have these detailed skin textures, complex reflections, and cinematic lighting. It feels like two completely different realities trapped inside a single movie.
You must have been hungry.
Now, this happened because the VFX were handed over to two pretty top-tier production studios, specifically Invisible and Base FX. Now, to give you an idea of the caliber of these studios, Base FX is a global powerhouse that's worked on massive blockbusters like Star Wars: The Force Awakens, Captain America: The Winter Soldier, and Pacific Rim, to name a few. And Invisible is an elite London-based studio known for their work on Gravity, Skyfall, and The Kingsman: The Secret Service. So you have these two absolute masters in digital artistry. People who literally helped build the Marvel and Star Wars universes, using their world-class talents to animate a sentient dog turd. So, what is this 20-year-in-the-making, visually effects-heavy story all about? Well, it's actually pretty interesting. An intergalactic council of superior beings intercepts the NASA Pioneer space probe and decides to assess planet Earth. By their laws, they have to give humanity one chance to prove their worth before blowing up the planet.
If these Earthlings can convince us that they are superior beings, then they may join our society. If they cannot, we must eliminate them for the moral well-being of the entire intergalactic community.
So they give one random human the power to do absolutely anything. That human is Neil Clark, a disillusioned London schoolteacher played by Simon Pegg. If Neil uses his power for good, Earth is saved. If he uses it for bad... Naturally, Neil uses his infinite cosmic power to do really dumb things.
Let me have a penis that women find exciting. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, can I have it in white?
When he casually wishes his rowdy classroom would disappear, an alien spaceship literally blasts the room to pieces. To fix it, he wishes for all the dead people to come back to life, which accidentally starts a zombie apocalypse.
No, I meant everybody in 10C be alive again!
He also wishes for some things like wanting to be the President of the United States and gives his dog Dennis the ability to speak.
Biscuits! Red biscuits, black biscuits. Nothing else matters.
Is that all you think about?
Yes! Biscuits!
But I would say the cleverest part about the script is its little twist on morality. You see, when Neil finally decides to stop being selfish, he wishes to end world hunger, stop all wars, and reverses global warming. But the Alien Council, they see this as a failure. You see, because aliens have an inverted sense of morality. They view dominance and destruction as good and view charity, peace, and weakness as evil. So inadvertently, by trying to save the world, Neil actually dooms it.
The only good is to destroy. The only evil is weakness. Weakness must be annihilated. Agreed. Vaporize the Earthling and his wretched planet.
He wishes for so many bad things, I don't really understand why the Earth wasn't saved. One of his wishes was the whole plot of Obsession.
Let Miss Pringle worship Ray.
Why does it matter? I thought we were having a nice day!
The absolute wildest part of all this cosmic bureaucracy is the Intergalactic Council itself.
Commencing destruction.
It is a curse that our numerals take so long to pronounce.
Because Terry Jones was directing, he managed to pull off something historic. He got all the surviving members of Monty Python to voice the aliens. It was the first movie to feature all living Monty Python members since 1983's The Meaning of Life.
Yes, well, the thing is, we've got some people from America for dinner tonight.
Who is it, darling?
It's a Mr. Death or something. He's come about the reaping. I don't think we need any at the moment.
Hello.
You have John Cleese as the authoritarian chief alien.
Call me the death-dealing darkness bringer.
Terry Gilliam as the aggressive, nasty alien.
Why can't we just get on with the destruction?
Eric Idle as the wisecracking, sublurious Got. Did I say that right?
You know you're gonna wipe them out.
Michael Palin as the kindly alien.
He has no concept of good or evil.
And Terry Jones himself as the scientist alien.
To prove that they understand the difference between good and evil.
This is a legendary comedic reunion. So it makes it just a little bit frustrating that we don't get to see them and that we just have to watch all this CGI. I'd rather just see their faces. I'd think this would be funnier if it was just more like their older stuff.
They haven't said much about the meaning of life so far, have they?
So basically, absolutely anything is what happens when Monty Python makes Avatar, but traps half of it inside a cheap romantic comedy. But, like almost every single film that he's in, the absolute heart of this movie and the reason why it has so much cultural significance is because of Robin Williams. Robin plays Dennis the dog. Terry Jones originally approached him for the role back in 2009, and Robin was completely on board. So years later, when it finally got the green light, Robin was a man of his word, and he agreed to do the part. And, as always, Robin was a perfectionist. He initially recorded his lines over Skype, but hated the communication delays. So Terry Jones flew all the way to San Francisco just so Robin could film his lines in person. But even after that session, Robin then called Terry with a massive revelation. He said, "I just had inspiration. Dennis is a 16-year-old boy."
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You're supposed to be a rational thinking creature.
Sorry. I can't help myself. Sorry.
Oh, dear.
I want to shag your leg.
He realized that the dog should be driven entirely by teenage impulses, which is why all Dennis ever wants to do is eat biscuits, receive physical affection, and blindly worship his master.
I can't bear displeasing you. My whole world collapses when you're cross with me.
Look, maybe it was better when you didn't talk.
Oh no, don't take away my power of speech now that I can think rationally. That would be so cruel.
So, they completely re-recorded all his lines once again. And I gotta say, really glad they did. Robin's voice performance, easily one of the best parts of the film.
All right, Dennis, become a rational thinking creature.
Look, I just can't concentrate on anything until I've had one of those biscuits. I know it's crazy, but that's how it is. I guess I'm kind of hooked on them. So please, give me just one biscuit, then I'll be able to think about something else.
Tragically, Robin recorded these lines just 3 weeks before his death, so he never got to see the finished film. The good news is, the filmmakers included the behind-the-scenes footage of Robin in the recording booth during the end credits. Watching him riff and bring Dennis to life it's the highlight of the entire movie. And it puts a little lump in my throat.
This is chewing a biscuit, boss. I'll try and give you that right now. Hold 1 second. No, red biscuit, right?
No!
It's a beautiful reminder that no matter how messy the script was or how bad the lighting was, Robin Williams never phones it in. He was a brilliant and dedicated artist all the way to the very end. Absolutely anything, it barely works as a cohesive movie. It's not that bad. If you like it, I could see why people like it, but I also kind of see why not a lot of people have seen this one.
Now listen up. When I take that gag out of your mouth, you're gonna say exactly what's on that piece of paper. You understand?
But as an epilogue to Robin Williams' career, it is a fascinating piece of cinematic history. It's a movie where the dog easily outperforms the humans. So it's weird that one of the most artificial characters turns out feeling the most alive.
It's a lovely goodbye from him. Not that, every film he's done will immortalize him forever, but as roles go, it's a sweet comedic sort of swan song for Robin, and I'm honoured that he's part of it.
At one point in our history, Robin Williams was the most famous comedian on the planet.
It was the drink that killed him.
How awful. He was an alcoholic.
Oh, no, dear. He was on his way to the pub, and a Guinness truck was passing by. It hit a bump, and 6 kegs fell off. He finished the first 3, but the last 3 got him.
But then suddenly, audiences stopped showing up for his movies, which led to a multi-year stretch where he seemingly vanished from the box office. And the man who voiced the genie became a cultural punchline.
Anyone else? Mr. Williams, I hate you. But I love you! It's like Jesse Helms and Michael Jackson going, "You cannot Taco Bell!" Yes! You are a very sick man.
So how does a comedic hurricane go from box office gold to nearly invisible? And I know what you're thinking. Invisible? Come on, no way. All his films are great. Aladdin, Mrs. Doubtfire, Good Will Hunting, Dead Poet Society, What Dreams May Come, Fisher King, Good Morning Vietnam, Hook, Birdcage, Jumanji. Come on! Yeah, those are great. But there's a whole pile of films that you don't even know about. If you watch my Good Morning Robin series, where I watch every Robin Williams movie, card in the corner, do you remember The Night Listener? Do you remember what The Night Listener was about? Do you remember the bad facial hair, the protesters, the awesome wood computers? You did? No, you didn't. Because that's actually the final cut. The Night Listener is the one where his ex-boyfriend is the dude from Snakes on a Plane.
Yeah, tell him to ask Kim what his preference is. Gas or lethal injection.
Don't feel bad, though, because I'm probably the only person on the planet that's seen The Night Listener and The Final Cut and Snakes on a Plane and is willing to publicly admit it. So where does this Robin Williams hate era start? How did we ever get to this being acceptable?
If I was going to remake The Wizard of Oz, I'd remake it with Robin Williams, and that's it.
Oh my God, what an incredibly wonderful place. But who the heck does your decorating? Silence! Whoa, tacos for lunch. Just in the little people like Father Yellow McRoad, Father Yellow McRoad. Whoa, loved in Fantasy Island, Man Sacramula, Willy Wonka, Part 2, Oompa Loompa, Dibbity-Doo, Sagrandavus, and Gobstopper.
I think the easiest way to look at this without our Robin Williams nostalgia glasses on is to just look at gross domestic box office. What were people seeing in theaters, and what were people willing to wait for on VHS? These hard numbers will allow us to push our nostalgia to the side to see how people really vote with their wallets.
Shut up and take my money!
To best understand this, we gotta use the power of charts. Let's put all 50 Robin Williams films' gross domestic box office on a chart. Cue the cool chart music. What you're seeing here are the box office numbers for every Robin Williams movie where he's the main character and it had a theatrical release. This film right here is Robin's first, Popeye, that despite being remembered as a flop, did make almost $50 million. Now this chart doesn't take into account worldwide gross because then things get a little bit more muddy. Some films were released all over the world and some didn't leave the US, so I think it's best to keep it in one country where they were all released in. It also doesn't take into account the film's budget because we're not trying to figure out if the studio made money. We're just trying to see if Robin Williams got butts in seats. The first big spike right here shows just how popular Robin Williams can be. This is Good Morning Vietnam and Dead Poet Society. Good Morning Vietnam was released on Christmas Day, 1987, and it was the third highest grossing film of 1988. Dead Poet Society was the 8th highest grossing film of 1989, a year stacked with amazing films like Batman, Indiana Jones, and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. This era helped establish Robin Williams as a box office powerhouse. Moving over, we can see Robin's Mount Everest. What 2 movies do you think these are? I'll give you a second to think about it. Aladdin came out in 1992, and it made over $217 million domestically alone. The very next year, Mrs. Doubtfire made over $219 million. This is the start of the Robin Williams golden era that I talk about in my videos. You'll also see hits like Jumanji and the Birdcage in this era as well. If we connect all these dots, it doesn't really help create a clear picture. So instead, let's remove all the individual data points and look at something closer to a moving average. With this, we can create the completely unscientific Robin Williams general feelings line. We have our rise in the golden era and this slow decline into what we're looking for. This, right here, it's the Robin Williams hate era. So how did this happen? How did Robin's movies go from making hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office to having 5 films under $2 million? To understand this, we have to look at the fickle beast that is comedy. Like most things in this world, comedy changes and evolves. Styles change and what people find funny changes. Most of us already know this, and in the early to mid-2000s, things were really changing. Movies like Napoleon Dynamite and TV shows like The Office became the new gold standards of comedy. Audiences suddenly wanted controlled, dry, more real, self-aware humor. And we, the audience, didn't need to be told something was funny. We could figure it out on our own. And all we wanted our media to do was present that comedy in a more realistic way. Robin Williams was fast, explosive, and uncontrolled performative chaos. He walked into a comedy era that suddenly wanted you to pick a lane, and he was a 12-lane highway.
Come on, kid. See? Gotta get the snakes, eh? I promoted the fight. I'm hoping it's gonna be as best as can.
The horror. The young boy up against a giant snake.
In this new landscape, people didn't know what to do with Robin's manic energy, and they kind of became a little tired of it.
Oh, yes, the Beatles, yes. What if they're the Volkswagen Beatles? Yes, then they'd be in the backseat going, I want to hold your 5-pig nougat. Yes. For the love of God, shut your mouth.
Robin Williams' box office numbers dropped off a cliff. The 2004 film, The Final Cut, made only $548,000. House of D pulled in barely $388,000. One of his best performing films, The Night Listener, grossed just under $8 million, and that's a far cry from The Birdcage. And the thing is, most of these weren't even viewed as massive bombs. They were worse. They were invisible to most audiences. Now I know that these are much smaller movies without the same marketing budget as his other films, but that's also kind of my point. Robin isn't getting cast in a lot of the big budget movies at this time, because he doesn't have the same draw that he used to. He did have Insomnia and Robots in this time period, but he didn't receive a lot of recognition for his performance in Insomnia, and critics, I don't know, maybe like me, were brutal with his voice performance in Robots. This is why I call this era the hate era, because even when he had successes, people were kind of apathetic about it. And hate might be a strong word, it might be the wrong word, but Robin definitely had hater energy directed at him.
Oh, he's improvising. There he goes. He's off stream of consciousness. Oh, look at me. Look, I'm standing. No, I'm sitting. I'm standing again. Wait a minute, what's he doing?
In case you are wondering what Opie and Anthony find funny, Anthony was fired for posting racist tweets, and the Opemeister was fired for secretly filming people while they used the bathroom. You know, I can see why they don't find Robin Williams funny, because they don't know what funny is.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the
Treat
Oh.
yourself.
What is it?
Wow, that
Let me
looks
see.
good, but
Wait,
I am not touching
you
it.
eat it,
Wait, let
Andrew.
me see.
No,
Put it down
it's
for a
some kind of a
second.
cinnamon.
Put it down for a second.
Hanky thing.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
At the exact same time all of this is going on, Robin is dealing with incredibly heavy personal struggles, including addiction and relapse. But because Robin Williams is awesome, he didn't pull a Jerry Seinfeld and blame the audience. He didn't cry about how the younger generation just doesn't appreciate comedy. He simply adapted. Before this time, Robin Williams was expected to carry basically the whole movie with little help from the cast. Robin knew he had to make a change, and he was presented with an opportunity to make things different for a whole new generation of audiences. In 2006, Night at the Museum hit theaters and made over $250 million domestically. That is the highest grossing film Robin has ever been in. It was a massive studio blockbuster. The difference here is Robin isn't expected to carry the whole film. It was an ensemble cast with Ben Stiller headlining the project.
So, look, no hard feelings, all right?
Lawrence, you saw what he did just then.
Who's involved? I am.
Who's involved?
I am.
This was the future of Robin Williams' successes and the start of what I call the redemption era. In Night at the Museum, Robin played Teddy Roosevelt, which is insane because he's essentially playing the calm one in a movie filled with chaos. It's kinda like the Birdcage. For some kids at the time, this was their introduction to Robin Williams. You know, maybe some of their families had Aladdin or Mrs. Doubtfire on DVD, and maybe that's where they know him from, but they don't know about the flops like Toys, Jack, or Father's Day. They just knew that Robin Williams was funny and that he could be heartwarming and warm sometimes.
Bully!
He also has Happy Feet that exact same year. He plays multiple main characters in Happy Feet, and all of them are memorable.
You're so jealous. Just a moment. I hear people wanting something. Me!
Ladies, please avert your eyes, because I've been known to hypnotize.
I'm gonna be telling your story, Happy Feet, long after you dead and gone.
Now, while the next two Night at the Museum movies might not have done as well as the first, they still did well and seemed to be extremely popular. I know this because if I tell people I don't like Night at the Museum, they get mad. These two film franchises break Robin out of the hate era and into the redemption era. Sure, he still had flops towards the end, like The Angriest Man in Brooklyn and A Merry Friggin' Christmas, but those felt more like small movies that Robin wanted to do. He's not trying to do huge roles anymore. So I would say that the Robin Williams hate era ran from late 1999 to early 2004, really peaking in 2004 before being broken out by the Night at the Museum and Happy Feet franchises. Even movies that would be considered flops earlier in his career, like World's Greatest Dad, didn't have that same flop feeling, mostly because World's Greatest Dad is awesome.
And I'm sorry about my mom.
Why?
Because she threw up in your planter at that thing at your house after the funeral.
Wondered who did that.
She drinks too much.
I know. Don't worry, Andrew. Meant a lot to me that you came.
Because our general perception of Robin had changed by that point. We didn't see him as a try-hard anymore. He was just trying the things he wanted to try. The Robin Williams hate era is a time that a lot of people try to forget. You know, mostly because it doesn't make a lot of sense for people to hate such an amazing human. Williams co-founded Comic Relief, which raised tens of millions of dollars for the unhoused. He performed USO tours, made Disney produce educational content, was active in the Make-A-Wish Foundations along with supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, the Rainforest Foundation, Doctors Without Borders. Robin was always giving back. And later in life, he was open about his own personal addiction problems and his own mental health struggles.
I had stopped drinking for 20 years and then drank again and bang.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're drinking to blackout, which is kind of like sleepwalking with activities.
This is why so many people remember him as a great person, because Robin didn't just give his time and his money, he gave us all of him. All the good parts and all the bad parts, just like this chart with all the good and all the bad. Looking back at all this, it's clear that we never stopped loving Robin Williams. We just kind of didn't know what to do with him.
Doesn't he do like the beard when he's doing the serious roles? Yes, you will notice. Robin Williams in the serious role will always have a beard. And the comedy roles, he shaves. That's what I do. So I have to work.
Okay, I am sorry. I just can't let this one go. I don't even know what the gotcha is here. He's an actor that changes his looks for the roles that he's playing. This is why actors have things like costumes and makeup, because the way you look changes the way you're perceived. Just like you two look like two friends that say they'd pick you up at the airport, but then never show and then don't text you back until you've already checked into a hotel because they didn't answer their phone and you were supposed to stay with them. Then when you finally meet up with them later at a bar, one of them is so drunk already they can't even string sentences together, and the other ignores you because he's too busy trying to pick up girls and just getting constantly rejected. That's just my long way of saying that they look like chodes. And also, almost like everything these two douche rockets say, they're wrong. They spewed this drivel back in March of 2000. So just for the record, Robin Williams doesn't have a beard in Dead Poet Society or The World According to Garp or Good Morning Vietnam. Yeah, I know it's a comedy, but it's also a heavy drama. He wasn't clean shaven for all his comedies either. Cadillac Man, he's got a mustache. And obviously, since March of 2000, this statement has gotten even more wrong. So just in case you're wondering, here are the Robin Williams facial hair facts. Cue the facial hair music. He has a beard in Moscow on the Hudson, The Fisher King, Awakenings, Good Will Hunting, and The Night Listener. That's it. 5 films out of the 50. Even if you count Jumanji, where he does have a beard but then immediately shaves it off, doesn't count because that's a fantasy adventure and not a drama. In Being Human, he has a beard at the start and later a goatee, but most of the film, clean shaven. He also has another comedy, The Birdcage, where he has the best mustache. Okay, went on a little bit of a tangent there. Much like Robin Williams.
Because I believe the human mind is adapting and evolving slowly but surely, but I'm trying not to speak that fast because eventually you have to catch up.
Please let me know in the comments how you feel about any or all of this. I'm a very small channel that surprised some of you to find out, so it was very nice to read your kind words. I read all your comments, good or bad. Either way, thanks for your engagement. I put so much of myself and time and energy into every one of these videos, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to see this channel grow, then please share your favorite video with somebody that you know. I kind of find myself more and more drawn to Robin's final failed sitcom, The Crazy Ones. I'm wondering if that sitcom might actually be good and we just missed it. I don't know. Haven't seen it yet. Let me know in the comments what you'd like me to cover next. Thanks for watching. Peace.